自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさ私の手を取って今日という日を祝って笑って愛して光になるから鼓動鳴らして消えない傷を抱えていても眠れない骨に噛んでいても君に似合う笑顔を探す期待していてよ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは誰も消せないよ守れるのなら引き金を引こう祝福をしよう新たな願いを楽しいことを選んでいこうやりたいことを全部やろう悩むことは何もないよ惑う暇はない光あれと願うそう暗闇打ち抜いてアップルパイ片手にねどこまでも行けそうずっと夢から覚めないこのまま気づいて私の翼で壊して描いたそれ飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じてほら飛び立つ空に祈り打ち放て目覚めた命今も生きるんだ守れるものはこの瞬間だけ一緒に行こう私を信じて声が聞こえた未来へこのきらめきは誰も消せないよ守れるのなら引き金を引こう祝福をしよう新たな願いをほら自由に羽ばたいてこの希望を装填して大丈夫このままさ私の手を取ってほら
Testing, mic check. Cinnamon buns, cinnamon buns, cinnamon buns. Hello, friendos. My name is Nez, and we are once again back at it again for some more Arknights, because today we're gonna be wrapping up the finale of our story reading of the Masses Travels. A lot happened since the last stream, considering we had our big Endfield beta stream happen yesterday. I don't think I'm gonna have any time to actually get into reacting to the full length of Endfield reveals that happened yesterday. Although I do have some thoughts, considering it looks great. Not gonna lie, it looks like they took every single piece of criticism and feedback that we gave during the tech test and they actually acted upon it. It's so hype, holy shit. The dodge system, I think they found the balance with the dodge system. I feel like the double dodge system within the short window with a short cooldown plus a perfect dodge system that rewards you for higher skill gameplay, I think that's the perfect line to balance when it comes to giving us at least one defensive option in Endfield. Because back during the first technical test, there wasn't really you didn't really have a neutral defensive option. You could kind of use dashes within the abilities itself, but that was still kind of jank. They gave a straight up frame cancel dash that you could use twice in a row with probably a short cooldown. a frame cancel dash. That was in my dodge video. That was one of my main criticisms, is that you got stuck in animations a lot in Endfield combat, and that's why it felt so janky and clunky. Hello, Les. Welcome. But so far, from what I've seen, the dodge system seems great. Low skill floor, that you could just use it in normal day-to-day stuff. High skill ceiling. You get rewarded with SP if you do perfect dodges. And you get 2 of them in a row. Aside from that, I have no comment on the factory. The factory was the most cooked out of any system that they had during the tech test. They can only make it better. Somehow I can't foresee them making it worse. The blueprint system, we predicted it. You're gonna be able to copy base blueprints from other players. If you're lazy, sure, you could do that. I'm a City Skyline player. I cannot trust other people with my base layouts, especially because, as we've seen during our playthrough during the technical tests, your base is more of an evolving thing that changes as you unlock more and more resources. So you're not gonna start out from day one copying a whole ass factory. You don't have the resources for that factory. You still gotta start small. You still gotta adjust. But anyway, aside from that, the most important part about the Endfield stream, at least from the patch notes, I didn't actually watch the stream. I haven't even actually seen the trailer. I've seen some of the new characters, but the most important part for me was they paid attention. They took in the feedback that we thought the storytelling, the narrative performances, the character performances was garbaggio. It was shit. They specifically said in the patch notes, at least in the update notes, that they took the feedback seriously about giving better character performances in 3D. My biggest complaint during the Endfield technical test was that the story seemed like it was screen written for a visual novel. A 2D visual novel with no moving characters, no background, nothing. And specifically in the update notes, they said, we're gonna make sure that character performances using 3D are as immersive as they can be. Oh, thank fuck. Thank fuck they listened. Also, I'm once again vindicated. Like, every single complaint I had during the technical test, that some people bitched about in comments, by the way. Every single complaint that I made during the technical test, it has been addressed. Once again, the era of Nez Vindication returns. I, once again, am in tune with what this franchise needs. All the way back to asking for the old limited ops to have lower spark. The era of Nez Vindication never ends. Every single complaint I have during the technical test was addressed. And I'm so happy and hyped for Endfield. Especially because, what's his face? The one husbando. Yeah, I called him ugly as hell. People also got mad about that and actually unfollowed. Unsubscribed. Because I called him ugly as hell. Whoops. Look, he got a whole redesign. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry I'm right all the time. I can't help being right all the time. What can you expect? Although I have a new complaint though. It's a minor complaint about a new character. Not any of the reconveners. Sure, they brought Aya and Heliger back as reconveners. Whatever, dog. They're gonna bring back Frost Nova for the first anniversary. It doesn't matter now. We've set up reconveners. Our first reconvener has already been introduced into base Arknights. Whatever, dog. The Pandora is already let out from the box. However, the new Nezeru woman, the new blue woman, possibly takes number one in the worst design character for Endfield. Endfield design, it is hit or miss. A lot of it is, actually no, 50% of it is hit or miss. The new Nezeru woman is the most mihoyo ass design looking Arknights character I've ever seen. Not gonna lie, I'm like, is this character from a different franchise? Why is she breasting boobily? What do you mean that's a power suit that Witching Hour makes her wear? What do you mean she's a shy girl being forced into fan service? Arknights, come on, man. We used to have some dignity. we used to have some dignity with our character designs. So there's that. That's my only new complaint about Enfield's updates. And aside from that, yeah, whatever. Aya and Helliger are reconveners. At least young Helliger, we get young Helliger in his DILF days before he became a GILF. Well, not really Helliger. It's Helliger's reconvener, so there's that. Hopefully we see more Helliger when the Ursus arc starts for OG Arknights. Because we are headed back to Ursus for the main theme, and it's going to be starring the Ursus Bears. The Ursus Bears are going to Ursus to address the riots. Reunion is also going to Ursus. Keshchi is in Ursus, waiting for us in his also breasting boobily form. So we're going back. This is gonna be Chernobog Arc 2 Electric Boogaloo, because we're going back to Ursus. And I hope we get a lot of Helliger content. Because I don't think those Depresso Bears can handle themselves in Ursus. We need some guidance from a GILF. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't mean what the sentence means. I just meant they need a mentor. Helliger can be their Ursus mentor. That's what I meant. Nothing else. Anyway. So there's that. Recap of everything that went on last time during the Masses Travels. Then the second nativity went on, and they started converting all the other races within the Genjutsu'd Laterano into Sankta. There was a bit of a continuity error when they said they would start with the Liberi by giving them halos, and Archetto was part of the Liberi group, and as we all know, Archetto doesn't have a halo. So, a bit of a continuity error. Whoopsie, burp. Yeah, a bit of a continuity error considering by the time the conversion ended, maybe like a majority of the people within the Shrine of Nurtury got converted to Sanctas. So there's that. Also, we dragged the place back into the real world. With the help of Lemwin, Executor and Arturia, now completely aware of the situation. We're now also working with Aurelia and the Resistance group. But somehow there's a procession heading straight back to the law. We got our big reveal of the origins of the TCAS. Maybe they didn't finish most of them. Yeah, they ended we crashed the nativity and not everyone got converted. However, the Liberis were supposed to be the first group to be converted to Sankta. But Archetto doesn't get a halo. So that's a bit of a continuity error. And we saw like Pharaohs, cat people, other races with halos by the time they started the procession to the law. So since we stopped the conversion, Matriarch is now guiding everyone towards the law for some other reason. With Exiento. She got captured by the Matriarch, got told a little story through empathy. Everyone got to see the true history of the Sankta. They used to be TCAS. They used to be monstrous forms of the TCAS. And then, we're not gonna go into the whole how did the TCAS become Sankta. Some TCAS became Sankta, the others that starved praying to the law didn't. And somehow the story also connects to the Black Crown. I don't quite understand how the Black Crown connected with this story. We know the first king, the first Sarkaz king, was the one who sent the TCAS. The first TCAS king was the one who sent the TCAS to find the law in the Silvermount Bluffs. The ones that found the law, the ones that they were starving, the ones that started eating each other didn't get the Sankta blessing. The ones that survived the fasting got the Sankta blessing. Somehow, after all of that, the Black Crown was claimed by the first TCAS king. From what you remember, the refugees are in the Hall of Enlightenment, and when Saint got shot, the ritual didn't stop immediately. Yeah. So there's that. Also, it's short it pretty much shows us that a lot of the TCAT, basically, in the prior days, most inhabitants of Terra did not have humanoid forms. This was explicitly explained during chapter 15, and the reason why every single race on Terra, a humanoid race on Terra, have humanoid forms is because of Originium. Originium influenced the evolution of everything on Terra because it contained the genetic information of Oracle and Priestess's people. So, great thing to see. We finally got those puzzle pieces dealt with. But for now, Exia got captured by the matriarch in her full, glorious, sexy form. Still would, by the way. We're monster fuckers on this channel. And they're headed towards the law. Meanwhile, we still got Monster, Doctor, and apparently we... Priestess visited us during this event. Somehow she's also part of this. But I wouldn't be surprised considering the law is also technically a creation by Priestess and Oracle. Or at least their civilizations. So we got that to deal with. We gotta save Exia. Or does she even need saving? Also, there's a bit of a mystery. Considering that we were in a dream all this time. And that Lemwin, within the dream, has been standing. Like, she's never used her wheelchair once within the dream. Also, Vanini. Vanini was shown to be a mute. And that was surprising considering she can't remember when she's even said her first words or uttered sentences. But in the dream, she's kind of a yapper. So, I feel like once we're out of the dream, it's gonna reveal that, oh, okay, Lemwin's legs never got healed. And Vanini never started talking despite being a mute. The saint said that Far Chaser returned with the Black Crown, became the first Demon Lord, then sent her to the Silver Mount. Ah, okay. So the timing of events was different. Got it. So Far Chaser came back with the Black Crown, saw all the forbidden information inside it, knew of the Silver Mount bluffs from the Black Crown, and then sent the Tikas out to find it. Okay, now... Okay, the chain of events now makes more sense. Thank you, Les. So, I guess it is time to wake up from this dream. MT-9 interpretation. The true face of the law was nothing like what his faithful, his guardians, and his questioners imagined. Turn this up. Loosen up that shrinker finger, Yameta. I get the impression that scowl's stuck in your face until you get off. You fire off a few grenades. Thinking about that disgusting dream just makes me even angrier. Too bad it wasn't entirely a dream. Look over there, way in the distance. The Shrine of Nurture is still there. Let's go, Mustima, to the hospital. Doesn't matter if what just happened was a dream or not. You need to make sure that... To the hospital? Wait... Was Lemwin becoming a cardinal also a part of the dream? No, why are they gonna take everything away from this girl? Wait, what if Lemwin hasn't even woken up? No, wait, no. What am I saying? She's been awake since the last event. The fact that I'm the first person you thought of really means something to me, Fimeta. She's still in the wheelchair! I knew it! The dream! It's because of the dream that we thought she could walk. Lemwin, I'm glad you're right. How are your legs? A little sore. But what happened? I was running all over that dream until I was dead tired. Getting to sit down is a treat. Alright, you two. The two of you can relax now. Okay, she's in a wheelchair just because she's tired. The hell's going on here? It was only my second day after being created a cardinal, and I was headed to the office as usual. It might have been at that moment I stepped out of the front door and when I saw the shrine. Stepped out of the front door. I can't really say when I left reality. It all happened so naturally. What is it, Fiammetta? And Dwayne, you're still in your getup. Oh wait, no, you got that getup from the Liberty, from the Resistance. Salvete, everyone. Cap, you're still keeping. What are you up to wearing that? A friend kept it for me. You have a very kind junior, Fiammetta. She told me this wasn't something to just throw away. Perhaps today, I will finally reach my destination, to be clothed in these vestments as I do, so may fate be at work. Why you? Anduin has an important role to play. Resolving your existing disputes is not a priority. It's been a while, Federico. She can walk temporarily, but she said that walking will delay her recovery. I think it would have been more interesting if the dream... if the dream healed people, like the paradise that the Sankta believed in. I know who you are, and how you like to get things done. I know that according to the Curious rules, Saints have the highest authority in emergency situations. But please give us a little time. Please keep it brief. Meanwhile, the last time the four of us got together like this was that fateful mission, wasn't it? It's been 10 years. We reached the underground palace. Fiammetta got a distress signal from another team and went to go help them, while Anduin was revising our tactics at the entrance. We laughed as we shared the last of our chestnut scones. An old habit of our team. I remember that day well. We were so happy back then. I thought those days would never end. Nobody could have imagined what would come next. You caused all of this, Anduin, and you still refuse to tell the truth, or at least repent. Our brief time together may have been one of life's accidents, but it was a precious one. I ruined it in a way I did not foresee. I understand how deeply you treasured that time, Fiammetta. Your love burned so hot, it singed the hearts of those around you. I always wanted to thank you for the one thing. You were the one who taught me how to love Laterano. But at the same time, I knew I would hurt you and destroy what you so cherish. I'm a villain. It would be just for you to hate me. Are you trying to piss me off again, Anduin? Whether or not I hate you is for me to decide, not you. I understand that, and I'm grateful for it. I'm fortunate to have made a friend like you. Go do what you need to do. But remember, I won't forgive you, and I never will. Those two are taking you to the Basilica, right, Anduin? It is I who is taking them, Lemwin. Which means you're still determined to walk this path? Of course I am. Will it be dangerous? Unknown might be a better word. Have you ever thought about stopping? Whether I am the captain who attacked you, or an arrogant, naive nurturer in the dream, my doubts, my fixations, my mistakes, they have all led me here. I cannot stop. Alright then. It's hard to call Laterano paradise the way it is now. A monster running rampant across the city, those strange things she reared wandering all over the place. Nobody really knows what's going on and what will come next. The three of us need to work out a way to solve these issues and find Elle, who's gone missing. As for you, your wounds look rather serious. You might die, Anduin. We might die. Hypergriff, no one fucking believes that. They all have plot armor except Anduin. Come on, man. He's already survived one explosion this event. He might even become a playable character considering his plot armor. But he also might sacrifice himself. Who knows? I know. We've talked about Rocomarea and its bell tower and its rainy nights, about the mute child you buried in Sargon, about the miner's frozen legs you had to amputate in Ursus. You told me all sorts of places, and I remember them all. I always pitied you. I understood many of your opinions, and I never disagreed with you. I could never truly understand you. I was much the same for you. We're both clear on that matter, just as you know how grateful I am for your pity. Oh wait, no, that's Anduin. Well, I am Lateran, aren't I?
That is where you shine the brightest. I will always remember how you taught me to shoot a gun.
Speaking of, where's that gun now? I left it
in Laterano.
10 years ago, it was your final mission with our team of commandos. Even if nothing had happened, you would still have left. Which means these words came a little late is all.
Right.
It's been far too long since that day, and I'm glad of it. Gratitude and blame no longer hang so heavy. Well then. Farewell, Anduin. Are we actually giving our final farewell? Is he sacrificing himself? Lemon speaks no further. Seema goes up to her wheelchair, looking Anduin square in the eyes. I know what you're about to say. No need to thank me. Farewell, Captain. Fiametta looks at Anduin, then at her two friends. She stays silent.
Farewell.
Let's just hide the cursor.
Cardinal Lemwin, there's some tasks I must assign of the three of you.
Right to business. You doing alright, Fiametta?
I'm fine.
Fiametta, this thing might involve me, but I know it's not only my problem. And Anduin, these past 2 years have taught me that. Yeah, I should really learn that too. Alright, enough about that. Right now, if what Federico says is true, the most important thing is to act quickly. Good thing there's no arms control in life. I can blast those monsters as soon as I see them. The system even put up arms control in the dream. I'll cover you, just like the old days. Wait a sec, Lemwin. Federico just said that Sanctas who attack them will fall. Doesn't matter though. Who the fuck cares at this point? I think we're better off not having the empathy, considering we can connect to the matriarch. Falling's no walk in the park, trust me on that. About half of the people awake in the city are Sanctas. Without their numbers, we won't be able to stop such a large procession. Unless we add in those fallen angels Inarari Federico mentioned. Wait, he said they were pretty emotionally charged and didn't know what they were up to. Not to mention he's only got temporary command over them. Not like they need steady nerves or pure intentions to help out. Relax, I'll handle them. I'm a fallen angel too, and I've spent lots of time outside of Laterano. You got any better choices for Angel Wrangler? It still won't be enough. The situation on the road of the Shrine of Nurturely to the Basilica is still complex. We still need to get administrative permissions for the roadside facilities along the way ASAP. I'll head back to the 7th Tribunal for a bit. By yourself. Don't trust my wheelchair skills. You'll make me mad. Quick, let her rub your ear tufts a bit. Since the two of you have everything planned out, what else is there for me to add? Let's split up, teammates. We're now in Operation Save Exia. We have to go now, children. You go help take care of the new Sankta friends, alright? Yes, sister. Where did Senor Nurturer go? Did he stop caring about us? He just has to handle a few things for a while. Think about it, we don't know each other very well, and so if he did promise he'd come back, why would I agree to take care of you? Oh, you're right. Right, would you like to hear the story of how the lost Zayden captured the Castle of Dreams? Or maybe how the Keshik brought gold to marry the Princess of Gaul, but the gold turned to be a sandstorm bearing Lingones? Huh? That's not what we learned in history class. They're not stories you'd hear in Laterano. I can tell them to you while we walk. not teaching these kids anything. In the Shrine of Nurtury, what are they teaching them? Meanwhile, my other gilf.
Here, some bread from Patia. You haven't eaten since we got to the city.
Making up tall tales for children again, Nueda? I'm curious. Do other Kulkulkan treasure the knowledge in your heads as much as you do?
Well, about that.
I've never met another of my kind.
Well, about that.
If I can turn that knowledge into stories for children with a little tweaking, then it means there's still some use for it. Otherwise, it will just be scattering a pile of fragments in my mind.
You have a surprisingly flexible mindset. Alright, very disappointed.
But what?
You traveled all this way to Laterano, to your holy land, but it wasn't apples and fireworks that welcomed you, or a loving god of universal salvation. Instead, you've got rampaging demons.
I am disappointed, but not completely. Have I ever told you how I became a nun, Aurelia?
Please do.
As you know, I wandered all around Bolivar from a young age. It wasn't hard to survive. My knowledge proved useful on that front. As for my parents, if I forgot what they looked like, they still managed to fill my head with lots of things. But I couldn't understand the more complicated parts. They pointed to the black flow, the far edge of the sea, the depths of the dunes of gold, even the space beyond the stars. They spoke of race after race, secret after secret.
Right, because the Kulkulkans are keepers of knowledge. They know of the secrets of Terra.
Not a good fit for a place like Bolivar.
Which is why I hate them, Aurelia. Everywhere I look, I see soldiers fighting over men and money, artillery firing left and right, Bolivarians caught in the crossfire. And all I have are these pale fragments. Until I was 13 when I met a nun. A band of true Bolivarian guerrillas had robbed her. She was gravely injured, leaning against a rock and close to death. But when I got close, I could hear her singing. Her bandages had fused with her festering wounds. She must have been in so much pain in the final moments of her life, yet she was so serene. It was a hymn, one that had always been on my mind, one I had pored over in puzzlement countless times.
Ah, abode of our Lord, font of parental love. He punishes evil and drives out injustice. All shall bask in his love. When they have scars or stones.
Until that very moment, when some of those pale fragments took on color and form, and came together into something called
Laterano. So you took up her habit?
I did. Even if paradise is pure and spotless white to me, it cannot compare to the very time I heard that hymn.
Good. Nueda, forget everyone else. Take the kids and follow that Patia girl. She looks like she knows her way around town.
Alright, wait, you're staying at the Tower of Revelations? But the Executor said,
long since fallen Sankta doesn't need to listen to a saint. The night we fled Bolivar, I told you why I wanted to come back.
Revenge.
I saw that old bastard through my scope just now. He's at the head of the pack. I won't let him go.
But
we all have our own obsessions when it comes to Laterano, Nueda.
That's gotta suck for you, having having a grudge on a playable character with plot armor. Like, you're never gonna get your revenge. I'm sorry, man. Hypergriff is never gonna give it to you. I'm gonna sip my coffee. Ooh, Arturia.
it's strange, seeing the Basilica devoid of people.
Follow me, please, Arturia.
So, where's the Pope? We haven't seen his ass in a while.
Here it is. The pillars of scripture. Between these two pillars is a slab engraved with Saints' travels. Press the halos on the saint statues in the same order as listed on the slab, then push this wall. I've reported to His Holiness here many times before, but I never noticed this hidden mechanism.
Federico. 127.
Maybe because you've never doubted, Laterano. I hope what you are about to see will not sway your faith.
Oh? I'm looking forward to it already.
Anduin followed the Pope down here once. They had passed the buried bones of saints, past steles, and statues showcasing their deeds, walked through thousands of years of Laterano before arriving at the end of history. But... ooh, we've never seen the corridor before. Anduin suspects his memories are still in disarray. The former white of the corridor is gone, entirely replaced by the dour cold sheen of iron. Statues of saints still line the path, but bizarrely shaped lumps of machinery protrude from the walls, engulfing their arms, eyes, and legs.
It seems like devils have had their way with history. I thank you for your warning, Anduin. I would have never been much more surprised otherwise.
No, this place has changed.
Anduin furrows his brow. Off in the distance, he sees a red light, blinking faintly. He knows what it is.
You see that red light? That's where we're going, but we should only be seeing it much further down this corridor. Stay alert.
A cloaked guard suddenly appears. The moment he sees Federico, he starts firing and blasting. There's no room for negotiation. Alert. Repeat, alert. Intruders sighted, eliminating on sight. An ear-piercing siren begins to wail as more and more guards file into the trio's field of view. Their blurry visages hide behind their cloaks like spirits in shadow, while their halos shine all the more dazzling.
The guards protecting the Shrine of Nurture in the Dream are here now. This means we're in the right place.
Bam! Whack!
Stand behind me.
Meanwhile, back in the Genjutsu... Wait, no! This isn't the Genjutsu! This is the priest vision! The priestess vision!
This isn't a dream. It's obviously still reality, so why'd all the color?
It's been erased. Priestess.
It's quiet here. We won't be disturbed by all that commotion over there.
She stands at the corner, looking out across the deathly silence, completely unguarded against you.
But I don't like it, Doctor. It's perhaps too quiet. But we have no other choice, do we? She's not limiting me, Doctor. Amia's not here. I can't guarantee I can hold her off, but I'll do my best. Relax. You're safe. I won't allow you to be disturbed by the chaos these Sanctas caused.
Why are you here? I thought you were still locked up in Rhodes Island.
That doesn't matter, compared to what's currently on my mind.
Entering attack mode.
Sorry, Doctor. She might have shown up because of me. I never thought she'd catch on to me when I tried to access PCS.
Did you cause this calamity?
Calamity? I only see the evolution of a species, the pointless struggle of life. Everything happening in Laterano right now is a product of PCS's autonomous derivations.
Derivations? Isn't it deviations?
All I did was recalibrate it beforehand, returning it to its original purpose. Of course, it was adapted to progress to the original project since...
That's a roundabout way of saying yes, I was the cause of all of this. You reverted the law back to its original purpose. To prepare for the calamity, which is exactly the it that we keep being cryptic about.
Speaking of progress, ours is slowed far behind projections, Doctor.
Recalibrate. Original purpose.
Good to know you haven't lost your curiosity. PCS was an experiment developed using bionics. Though we were never able to understand its true nature, there was also a risk of it disrupting the subject's cognitive functions when used. But in the face of grim disaster, it was still brought into service ahead of schedule. It can reduce barriers to communication and strengthen the bonds between individuals, all while maintaining thinking abilities and personality.
So that was the original purpose of the law. For communications and strengthening bonds to face the calamity that Priestess also needed Originium for.
This offered many benefits to our soldiers and scientists. It has been gathering dust since it was left behind on Terra, but as you know, Doctor, it is still far from operating to its full potential.
You mentioned it adapting to the Originium Project's progress. What connection does it have to the Originium Project?
Don't get excited, Doctor. I'll explain everything.
I got hiccups again.
However, your new companion seems like she has something to say to you. Bad news, Doctor. I can't find a way out of here.
If her goal is still Originium, we might not be in Laterano anymore. This might be the future of Laterano. What?
As keen an intuition as ever, but that one lacks basic knowledge. This is just a vision of a possible future I conjured up for you using the PCS system. No more time, no more color. A place locked in eternal stasis. It's rare for us to have a chance to walk together, Doctor. Come, leave behind these conflicts that have nothing to do with you.
No thanks. No, you're afraid I'll access the PCS system. You didn't expect me to show up here either.
I sense hate in your voice. I understand. It's because of AMA-10. You're Kelsey. You left in such a hurry last time. I still have many doubts you have not yet cleared. While I have many conjectures I must confirm with you. Something strange about the way she's acting. Her expression's different from the way she was back in the deck. I could try and attack. Put away those talons. I respect that you've given yourself a name, monster, but I understand your fundamental underpinnings better than you do. If you want AMA-10 back, I can help you, Doctor. You know where to find me.
Nope. Hypergriff is gonna keep Kelsey in Purgatory Jail for the next 3 years, and then they'll bring her back as an alter.
I know that's what you want me to do, monster.
Don't get taken in by her, monster. This isn't her real body.
You've always clung to the connection between matter and reality. Originium is the language we created, and so naturally, I can use it to make my words heard by whoever I want. It is so for you, and it is so for that machine. In response to me, it propagated, then created an even larger cache to perform a new round of calculations.
Ooh. That no longer looks like the law's room. It shifted reality. The machine operates on its installed logic,
Seeking the continuation of itself and its community that has achieved emotional resonance. But in your haste, you decided this was an error to be stopped, even though Sanktas regard it as rejection from the law. Follow me, Doctor. Witness a true crisis with your own eyes.
Are we finally gonna see what she's so afraid of?
Every department of the Curia has its own offices. The Basilica is merely ceremonial. There should not be such a complex space beneath it. We must perform one final round of testing.
You said you went down a one-way passage before, right, Anduin? But we've changed directions 6 times, and now we're here again.
7, actually. We head back.
The 3 of them return to the former position, a platform. one where the white of a church blends with the black of machinery, wantonly streaked with red light emanating from an unknown source. Disorder, chaos, imbalance, danger. No matter if from an architectural or religious point of view, shape and structure has lost all its meaning. They cannot stop themselves from wondering if they're still in Laterano. Federico and Arturia stop walking at the same time. This is still an exceedingly familiar experience. Before they met the Witch King, they wandered an infinite flight of stairs.
There's no need to go any further. This is derived structure that did not originally exist. While I do not know the principles or processes behind it, it has without a doubt warped space here. We are in an incomprehensible maze. He is preventing us from approaching.
Who?
The god of the Sankta, the answer to everything.
Don't expose our position, Fede. I don't sense any human emotions from them. Are they really Sanctas, or are they machines here to tidy up the maze?
They are most likely the same as the organisms above ground. If ordinary Sanctas can attack them, they will fall.
The deeper we go, the more of them there are, and the stronger their empathy becomes. We beat back a wave of them, and that just draws in another. We'll end up completely overwhelmed.
The procession is moving at a fast pace. We will not need much time to arrive at the Basilica. It is highly unlikely Cardinal Lemuen's team will be able to stop their advance completely. We must learn the entire truth of this calamity. We have wasted too much time already. Perhaps I will be of some use. You are severely injured. I'll leave the patrols to the two of you. When it comes to pathfinding, I happen to be rather good at that.
Light gathers in Anduin's palm.
Arts?
Thank you, injured. Thank you, Anduin.
You shouldn't go so far, Senor Jaime. I didn't see you all day. I only found out you came to the beach after asking around.
I just wanted to find something to eat. Didn't think the sea fog would be this thick.
Even if there wasn't any fog, pirates still roam these parts. You shouldn't leave Rocca Marea just because you feel like it. At least ask for me to come with you next time.
Alright. Speaking of, what was just your arts just now?
Why are you so small? Why do you have that chip in a bottle? Is this Siberia? They mentioned the beach.
The fog was so dense, I couldn't even see my own shoes. I thought I'd be lost forever, and then a ray of light came by. I thought someone managed to repair the local lighthouse or something.
Okay, we are in Iberia.
No need to be so dramatic. I'm just glad I managed to help you.
But Anduin, I heard your people use guns, custom-made guns. I also heard your homeland, the place called Laterano, is a universal paradise.
My home is Rocca Marea. I was born here and raised here, Senor Jaime. Let's go home. I'll carry the food.
The light parts the dawn mist, and our quarry's line of sight is blocked. I will show the way. Now's your chance, Fiametta.
Got them.
Lemwin, Ostima, sweep the battlefield.
Understood, Captain. Not bad, Anduin. Keeping a trick up your sleeve like that. There's way too many bandits in this gang. Without your arts, we wouldn't have been able to resolve things so quickly.
It's just an unconscious reaction. It got me and others out of trouble a few times before I got my guardian gun. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to find Laterano.
I nearly forgot you got your gun the day before you joined the Pontifical Cohorts. But you're pretty good with it. Can't tell you've never used it before.
It's a part of Lateran life, isn't it? I should be practiced with it. Besides, as I've found recently, guns and halos are what keep Laterano invincible. It doesn't need this glimmer of mine.
Talking about that Stuff again, Anduin?
Sorry.
This operation's gone pretty off the rails compared to the original plan from the Pontifical Cohorts. Should we write up the details as is? Whatever. I'm sure you'll polish up the final report.
But what about the places outside Laterano? How many Rocco Mareas? How many lonely islands are there beyond the reach of our faith? I cannot forget. I can see.
Anduin?
Bang. Hold up.
Is it Laterano or... No. No, there is no difference. If through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. If with a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. Does that not mean there are no lonely islands beyond the reach of the faith? Then why is it that all I've seen, everyone I've known, couldn't be saved? There must be something I'm missing, something I've overlooked. A path. Not a power, not a place, but simply a path that leads from present torments to future salvation. If you can show me the future, then you must know the path that leads to it. Tell me, show it to me.
Talking to the lock and key. Talking to Ursula. The Colossus of Nothingness swims through the gaps in space-time. It does not respond to Anduin. Space Whale. The details of that strange yet oh so real sight begin to warp and flow with its silence, and everything is smeared with a thick layer of clouds.
No. No. I need to know more.
Can you hear what I'm saying, Anduin? Put that thing down.
No, Lemoine. You don't know what I saw. I can't stop here.
Wait a minute, what? Wait. The details of that strange yet oh so real sight begin to warp and flow with its silence. Everything is smeared with a thick layer of clouds. Wait. Does that mean Anduin saw the future through the lock and key? Ursula showed it the future and it was hazy and smeared with thick layer of clouds? That does not portend well to the future of Terra. What do you mean the future is hazy? Light bursts forth from Anduin's hand like a plant rushing headlong into season, blooming as if about to wither. He wants to part the clouds. He wants to see the revelation in all clarity. He wants to grasp onto the possibility. Ursula is the name of the Sarkaz hero that saved many people from the time Fahrenheit? I thought Ursula was the name of the space whale, which is also the time Fahrenheit. They're two different things? But then on once more did he set foot on a journey, bearing sin in evil upon his back. He guided foreign believers to Laterano, searching for an answer. But he had no time to share what he saw, the truth that nearly shook him to his core. He had walked so many paths, yet what was the one thing that remained constant? He will always remember that year. The year the salt wind buried his home and the emotions he bore in his heart as he left Rocca Marea. They're from the same story, but they're two individuals? Ah, I see. Ursula is the name of the hot Sarkaz officer, not the Fahrenheit. The hot Sarkaz officer took on the name of Ursula, but she's not the original Ursula. That was the starting point of his journey. The sound of the executor fighting the patrols do not stop. Anduin does not hold back as he casts his arts. An endless font of light flowing from his body, winding its way into the depths of the maze. Rather than a harsh light, it is gentle, perhaps even dim, like sunlight caressing a patch of autumn leaves, tracing the paths through which they fall. He asks himself, Pathfinder, where does this path end? Until finally, a glaring red light cuts off his arts. Ah, there we are. were in the room. The law. The god of the Sankta. Once he saw this alongside Evangelista the 11th, once he found himself shaken. The light is more icy, more piercing, more dangerous than before. But Anduin does not close his eyes. He knows that this cold machine is his lord, his god, the foundation of his faith. Anduin faces God. He does not turn away. He has sought and he has lost. He has pondered and he has doubted. A sharp pain runs through him. It only takes a moment for his vision to go dark, but at the same time, he hears God's answer. 6, 7. Imagine if you died. You went to heaven, and the first thing God says to you is 6, 7. I'm too brain rotted. MT-9. After.
Gah. I can only provide first aid right now. Anduin, unrestrained usage of luminescent or genium arts has irreparably damaged your optic nerves. I do not have the ability to heal these injuries. Once conditions allow for it, you need medical treatment.
Gee, I wonder where. You've had suspiciously thick plot armor throughout this entire event. I wonder where you're gonna have those medical treatments. You still don't know what that's referring to? That's the point. 6, 7! I'm not gonna explain the meme. No, fine, I'll explain it. No, I won't explain it. It's funnier if you don't get it. Because the whole point is that someone didn't get it. He's injured, come to us. You knew it from South Park?
Don't worry. The path ahead has already revealed itself. We don't need eyes to see the way.
Oh, you're blind now. That's also kind of kinky. What?
Follow the cursor running along the ground. The maze is too complex, and I cannot maintain my arts for very long. Let us go. It's here. Even if this is not the source of the calamity, what lies behind the door may be able to give us answers. Follow me, Arturia.
Federico does not receive a response. Ever since he caught up with her outside the Shrine of Nurtury, she has been exceedingly cooperative. But now, the black-haired Sancta stands several steps behind him, gracefully drawing her bow across her cello strings, with no intention of following him. What is she up to? What was her goal all along? To play music for God?
I really do intend to escape this time, Fede. Anduin is hurt, and you're alone. There's no better opportunity than this, is there?
We have arrived at the door of truth, Arturia. You know that your actions lack meaning.
Truth? Meaning? Perhaps. You really are the best at the executors, a walking law book, the first saint from outside the ranks of the Pope, truly worthy of the codename Executor.
I'm gonna sneeze. False alarm, I didn't sneeze.
Your rationality, your callousness, even the doubts you hold about these two traits of yours are all in service to the continuation of the law. If that is what the Holy City itself is, maybe you're the only one who can understand him. As for you, Senor Anduin, you'll have to forgive me. It was never part of my plan, but when you were using your arts earlier, I inadvertently touched upon the whispers of your heart. It is complex, more complex than those of many people I know, but not particularly unusual. An overly inflexible melody leads to them to all become adaptations or repetitions of the same tune. They say, your beginning and your end both lie in Laterano. But you may find yourself alone at this point. I beg your pardon, if you have taken offense.
Arturia, this offense you speak of, was it not a chance for me to perform a different sort of confession? As for those last words of yours, I would rather treat them as a blessing. They stand as proof that I have reached the end.
Ooh, what an interesting answer.
Arturia turns away. Is she just walking away from the plot?
Not everyone is so obsessed with the truth and meaning behind Laterano. At the very least, I'm not that interested. I got a little peek at him just now. Behind the door lies a machine, right?
Yes.
In that case, the answer is bound to be boring. Think back to our time in Zwillingstern, Fede. A calamity of similar scale struck the city, and in the chaos, the people lost their way and struggled and raged. At this very moment, there are millions of hearts in Laterano that demand appreciation.
If you turn away now, Arturia, it means you will have to face our enemies in this maze alone.
You need someone to lure them away, don't you?
Your patron firearm is lost. You have no way to defend yourself.
Federico, have you not been paying attention?
Perhaps I can find a way to turn them into my audience. Don't worry about me, Fede. The Lateran did designate me a dangerous element.
Peak, cinema, kino.
Situation assessment. High risk. Probability of survival. Low. Executor's decision. You may leave.
Federico, she has playable character plot armor. Come on, man.
Ha! Time waits for nobody, you two. If you don't plan on leaving yourselves, no need to see me off. Well then, farewell, my beloved little frater.
I don't care what God is. I have a whole audience waiting for me outside, waiting to hear my music. She's so real for that.
All that pontificating just to say you want us to go help the Curia? Full marks for listening comprehension? No way. Huh? It's not our responsibility, Mustima. Half of the people here were kicked out of Laterano by the Curia in the first place. Maybe it was because they fell or because of our apathy. As for the other half, they chose to leave Laterano, whether out of despair or doubt, not that it really matters. Then why come back now? Because our halos started acting weird and breaking. Is that so hard to understand? We're not part of Laterano anymore. Eliani even. Doesn't matter if you choose to leave or if you were forced to. We all cut our connections with the city. But even after all these years, its changes still affect us. They just never stop. Spursissime. Damn this stupid halo. Damn it. Sounds like there's no way to resolve all your complaints, even if we got the Notorial Hall Executor out here. That's why we came back to settle things. Did I tell you to save anything? Oh, what? My sob story is that I fell during an accident in the line of duty. After that I became a legatus, mostly so I didn't have to stay in Laterano all the time. I'm 100% alienist too. There's no one else who understands you better right now, Amici. Maybe the glitchy halos got you seeing Laterano in extra bad light, spurring you to come back. But if you came back out of hate or pain or despair, then you'd best come with me to block that possession. Because the people who caused that hate, the pain, that despair, they're in that crowd over there. Go ahead, use bullets, explosives, whatever. Get your revenge however you like. Just make sure to give them a hard time. You're all talk, Mustima. Oh, drat, you found me out. But something's gotta be done. Besides, you're already here, aren't you?
That's one way to get a guerrilla force of fallen angels.
Hey, Nueda. Yes? Keep going down this alley, then find an empty house to hole up in. It's not a good idea for a lone nun and a bunch of kids to run around this place. This place is a decent distance from where the procession's headed. Monsters probably won't come running here. Are you and your friends also going to save Laterano, Patia? Us Pathfinders aren't that noble. With our leaders chosen to wade into the depths of this disaster, we can't exactly sit back and watch, can we? He told us the place he was going to wasn't suited for numbers, so we'll do what we can out here. As for you, sister, I will protect the children no matter if they are from Laterano or Bolivar.
Everyone's got their role. Meanwhile, we haven't checked back into Exia.
These freaks started chittering like mad the moment the tower's big bell stopped ringing. It's pissing me off. I don't care what your sales pitch is, I don't want a stupid halo!
Bang! Boom! Fervent prayers.
I swear these fakes just keep coming and coming.
Fakes? You've got 3 seconds to get out of there, Femera. Who is this?
3 seconds? How am I? How's that? Got you in the nick of time. Do you think everyone can go as fast as you or something? Never mind. The situation up ahead is a complete mess. Even in the Tower of Revelations, Bell has gone silent. We've lost Pagus Ecclesia. They'll be in Pagus Mycalian soon. If that monster can flatten one of our barricades with a single stomp, I don't think the Notorial Hall's defenses will be much use. Blocking them's no good. If we can't use more destructive methods, we might not be able to slow them down at all. Agreed. So where's your reinforcements?
Yeah! The Pathfinders, the Fallen Angels.
Let's get moving, Amici. I'm sure you've all been to Mycalian before. Might have been for the firearms workshops, might have been for the Notorial Hall. The last thing many of you Fallen Angels did before getting kicked out of Laterano was probably handing over your guardian gun to the authorities. Then you would have seen those gun-toting statues around the doors of every workshop. Come to think of it, the Notorial Hall's got a pair of cannons of theirs. Wait, we don't have the right permissions to get those statues to fire. That's something for Lemon to solve. Alright, let's get those statues knocked over and get their guns pointed at the street. Let's make up for all those gunshots we haven't heard over the years.
And then they started blasting.
Holy smokes, your skin can stop bullets!
Talk about thick skin. Exia, is it the right time to be to make snarky jokes? Who are you, Spider-Man?
Man, an entire volley didn't even scratch you. Last time I felt like this, I was gaming with the boss. He went around back and cranked the difficulty up to max. Couldn't even clear it after spending all night on it. Sure was discouraging. Discouraging? Hardly. What I see is that your attitude and emotions are unaffected by the shattering of your halo. Stand atop my shoulder, child. Huh? From the Tower of Revelations to the Notorial Hall in Pagus Mycalian, every lamp along the road has lit up. Our newborn comrades are bringing light to the city little by little, like our journey countless eons ago. For the sake of true paradise, we cross treacherous ravines and traverse barren wastes, searching for the slumbering silver mounts. The only difference is that this time, we are certain he is there. Salvation is our inevitable endpoint. Laterano will never fall into night. To move onwards is the only choice this city has now. Yet you still wish to resist an entire procession, an entire race, an entire city by yourself. I finally get to hear life's most relaxing sound. Now this is Laterano! Say, if I really am on my own, then where'd that explosion come from? I might not know who I'm fighting alongside, but I'll leave the monster hunting to them, as far as what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep you company the whole way through. What exactly is Calamity? What exactly is the future?
Please, do explain! Because Priestess refused to explain.
And why exactly have you decided what you're doing in Salvation are the only choice? Going to help her?
No need. She's just dealing with a stubborn child.
Grandpappy, you've been an antagonist this majority of an event. When are you gonna turncoat?
Who's stopping the procession from advancing?
Mustima and Fiammetta have banded together with a group of fresh returnees. As for Anduin and Federico, we have no idea where they or their group are.
Fia. Once more I must stand against those I hold dear. Life is such a fickle thing.
Reverend Patrician?
Just focus on your own work, Veliv.
I've managed to build up a rapport with the enlightened creatures. I've shown them our route.
Hold up. Okay, I was trying to keep down a burp.
Our empathies become stronger and more distinct, almost like it's not even empathy anymore.
If it is as the matriarch, no, the saint said, and this is what empathy should really be.
Which means what she showed us before was true. Calamity really does exist, and only through these extreme methods can Laterano be saved. But right now,
The dream has collapsed after all. This chaos is only temporary. Continue onwards. We can no longer be stopped. We must ensure the saint reaches the basilica. That way she can continue with the nativity after it was so rudely interrupted. We still have enough time to make an even better Laterano, to take care of everything that stands in our way.
Grandpa, no! You better pick up your grandpa, he's senile.
bzz, bzz. What is it?
It's been a while, you old best. Oh! Oh! It's Aurelia!
You'd best stop right there. I have your throat in my sights.
A while indeed, Aurelia.
Gilf on Gilf action? Wait a minute. Hold up. Aurelia also doesn't know that her husbando is dead. Amos is dead. What is this? This is NTR. In the deepest depths of the basilica, at the end of the labyrinth, the final door opens wide for Federico and Anduin. Behind the door, a cold machine, shaped like a ring, sits in the dead center of a platform. A strange red glare seeps out of its innards, sweeping across every inch of the room, accompanied by an audible buzzing. Sure signs of calculation.
Your Holiness?
Ah, finally, the Pope. Flesh and blood. Beneath the platform, the old man stands in silence. He stands with his eyes shut tight, his robes covered in a thick layer of dust. There is no reaction as the pair approach, not the slightest hint of movement from him, as if he were an unseeing, unhearing rock. But his cracked, peeling lips still quiver. He mumbles to himself, yet cannot utter a single sound. The sitting Pope, Evangelista XI, stands silently before God.
Clear signs of aphasia and neurodegeneration. Preliminary judgment. His Holiness's body and mind are on the brink of collapse. But the dream covering the city has crumbled. Why is he not awake? Maybe he came here for the same reason we did. Just hasn't found the answer he's looking for yet.
Interactive Simulation 31 failed. Fire emergency response mechanisms expired. Retrieving suitable list of names. Evangelista XI expended. Federico Giallo, Anduin Agathangelos, signal stable. Judgment, able to assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion.
Suitable. Does it have something to do with your title of saint? But why me then?
Suitable candidates are particular individuals situated on the edge of the calculation model. Required as samples for participation in interactive simulation to verify model integrity. You mean wild cards. The ones that were deemed saints are wild cards among Laterano society, which explains a lot. That Arturia, Executor, and apparently Anduin all qualify as saints within the parameters of the law.
His Holiness discussed my sainthood with me several times, but he never elaborated on the details. Perhaps he was so unsure of what the true duties of a saint are. But if the law sees us as suitable candidates, entrusting us with a specific duty, then saint or not, we are now responsible for it.
Interactive simulation authorization released. Bottom level data region authorization released. PCS authorization released. Permission to enter granted. Anduin is a Protestant to Laterano Catholicism. PCS will synchronize any necessary prerequisite information with you. Now approach. The machine's voice echoes around the room. It is steady, unvarying, untarnished by emotion or gender, yet it still contains an indescribable sense of might and authority.
Now that I've come this far, do I still seek answers from him? Maybe he seeks answers from us, since we are particular individuals, his samples. Situation assessment, unknown. Risk assessment, unknown. Executor's decision. We proceed.
The two Sanktas walk side by side past Evangelista the 11th, towards the cold machine, towards two shining ports. Are they gonna stick their cocks in the ports? That was a sentence that came out of my mouth. MT-10, birth. The infant severs the umbilical cord connecting it to God, determined to be born as a human, with all the ugliness, transience, and the suffering that it entails. There is no complicated ceremony, no tedious procedure to undergo. Federico looks at the frigid information port. All it takes is a flicker of his halo to reveal an infinity of sights. Okay, got it. No docking. It has Bluetooth.
Halos can transfer this much information this quickly. Neither medical text nor ancient scripture have ever described this phenomena. From antiquity, halos have only ever transferred simple emotions through the process we call empathy. Why is that?
Interaction target information handling capacity insufficient. Pre-interaction information conversion required. Did the law just call Federico's brain small? What do you mean, capacity insufficient? Performing information conversion during interaction may cause damage to information processor of interaction target, leading to temporary or permanent disability. Bro, just convert the information to a zip file, and then send it through the Halo Bluetooth. Anduin Agathangelos is currently in this condition. Federico looks to his side. Anduin is slumped to the floor in dismay, his eyes clouded. Dried rivulets of blood frame his features in a worrying manner. Oh, he got brain boomed. Boom, boom, boom! We're Sankta, guys. Of course, we sacrifice our brain capacity to download illegal torrents. For a moment, he struggles to lift his head, once more pointing his halo at the port. And once he feebly hangs his head.
Anduin, according to this machine, or rather, the law, you cannot handle any further information. And your prior overuse of Originium arts has already had adverse effect on your body. You are to stop attempting to access the machine immediately, before you cause permanent damage to yourself. More information. No, I still haven't seen anything. I still don't know anything. But this should not be. Why? These past 10 years, All this suffering, all these sins, was it all just to meet with a silent god? I can't stop here, Federico.
Once more, Anduin Agathangelos stubbornly raises his halo towards the machine.
The child. Is this yet another dream?
It's talking.
It's not. The law would not construct a dreamscape for you alone. Federico chose to communicate with law in its own language, while you cannot understand it, nor are you willing to accept such an impersonal tongue.
What do you mean Federico was tismed enough to adequately communicate with God? Bro! Stop! Meanwhile, you needed the Arbor Beast to translate God's information for you.
It is you who by word, line by line, translated this language into what we see now.
If this is not a dream, then why are you still alive?
Because you wanted me to live, Nurturer.
Right. Wait. When Anduin came back to reality with the Feather Beast, did it die? Or was it dead all along, since we came out of the dream?
I set off that bomb myself. You were there.
Not only did you want me to live, you had great expectations of me. You hoped I would live a happy life. You hoped I would break through the dome of the Shrine of Nurturing, and I would fly up and touch the sky. You hoped to see my feathers shine in the sunlight, to see my talons clasp frolicking must-be's.
You guys were caught up in the explosion? Yeah, we saw that definitely in the CG. I thought just because you came out, well, you are severely injured. I thought you shielded the baby, my guy.
You looked up at the tallest tree in Terra on the intercity net, didn't you? You thought that since I'm an arbor beast, I would much rather climb a real tree than comfort bells.
I did. Atop the mountains of Sami, amidst the forests of Bolivar. They're great trees straight out of legend, stouter than the Tower of Revelations, taller than the Basilica. I really did think about bringing you to see them. On the net, I saw other arbor beasts up in the canopy crying out in the sun. I wanted to see you cry out in carefree joy, just like them.
And where did things go wrong from there? When did you stop treating me as a real life?
You know, don't you?
The funeral. My mother's funeral. No matter. Come with me. This time, we shall leave behind no regrets.
What do you mean? Is the funeral still going on?
The funeral shall never end.
He is unresponsive.
You're still crying about Enfield, Aya? Hello, Theresa Enjoyer. Don't worry, it's not Aya. It's her reconvener. Aya's long dead in Enfield, if that gives you any comfort. Aya's dead in Enfield. That's not her. That's her reconvener.
Is he suffering from the same condition as the Pope?
Negative. Anduin Agathangelos is still suitable, and is currently pre-processing information. Federico Giallo. Prerequisite information synchronization complete. Now assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. What, no foreplay? No dinner date before that? Federico has expressed doubt, has even been shaken by past events, but he has never once questioned the law. After all, saints implement the law, while executors enforce it, as is right and good. But now, facing the law itself, he only feels confusion. Wait a minute. Is this how we find out how Federico gets the mini-law that floats around him in his altar? Has that been teased all along for the past 2 years? Wait a minute, is that how you get your small altar buddy? Your small law buddy?
I still have doubts. The ultimate purpose of the law is to grant halos to all organic and inorganic matter, this I know. But choosing the Summit of Nations as the method of achieving this, is this a decree of the law?
Affirmative.
It's far too inefficient, and its feasibility is questionable. The Summit was meant to found a Terra-wide religion, something unprecedented in the civilized history of this land. Mere proposals, negotiations, and revelations of miracles will be insufficient to achieve this. Not to mention that according to the information I just received, the moment the very first Sankta received their halos, they abandoned their TCAS mission without the slightest hesitation.
The cube already appeared in the Twin Tower event already? It did? Dang. They should update his sprite. He's never talked to the cube. We always just see it around the actual gameplay sprite of Executor, but we never see it in actual sprite within the story itself. And it's never addressed. If it is with him, if it has been with him. At least I don't remember. I don't have a good long-term memory. My short-term memory is great. Long-term? Nah.
I must confirm, what is the true nature of the halo? What is the law, or rather, your self-designation of PCS?
PCS. Personality and Cognition Synchronization System. Ah. Naruhodo.
That confirms it. My understanding is correct. Since the law is able to synchronize personalities and knowledge, why not simply synchronize everything directly?
First, Circumstantial Habitable Zone Autonomous Technology Operation Convention. FCHZATOC. Does that spell anything? Fichazatok. Fichazatok. The synchronization or revision of personality or cognition must be initiated by the target accepting said synchronization or revision. It needs consent, aka faith. AKA, the way you get a halo is through the Sanctan religion.
Convention, a form of regulation. Is the law restricted by any other regulations? Who established this convention? What mechanism ensures it is followed?
The Pope last spoke through the box. Ah, right. Right. It is wild that it's already been used once or twice in the story, and it's never been used in the most recent event. The ability to enforce this convention no longer exists. Hold up. The ability to enforce this convention no longer exists?
A regulation that nobody can enforce is pointless. A law unrestricted by its regulations should be able to ignore principles and break taboos. Which means I still require an answer. Why were halos used as only for empathy before all of this? The answer I obtained earlier was that majority of humans, rationally, are unable to withstand the direct transmission or information via halo.
Yeah, you kinda get mind-boomed.
But using emotion as a vector of information transfer is even more vague and inefficient, while also being greater burden on the receiver.
The Black Crown.
Is there a possibility that the issue isn't people lacking the ability to receive information, but rather...
Federico pauses for a moment.
But rather that emotion blocks their ability to process this information. If the law that regulates everyone is a system, a machine, why does he choose to retain humanity's emotions? Why retain our humanity? We've been walking for a very long time now.
We've only just started. Normally a man would hope for this journey to be a little longer.
But nothing's changing as we walk.
Patience? You'll be seeing something familiar very soon. As if in response to the Arbor Bee's words, a shabby cart bearing a thin coffin shudders as it passes by the side of the road. The wind playing a mournful dirge as it blows across the coffin's lid.
That coffin. I've seen it before. A sarcasm they called Hero was buried in it. I've told many people this story. I still remember that he gave up his life to save everyone in town. Even though before he did so, he was a dirty, filthy drunkard, spurned by all.
You didn't stay in that village for very long. You never knew that whenever he drank, he would go out about the houses in turn, vomiting over the doors, all while never paying his debts. Even if he had borrowed the life savings of others, people would scream things like moron and low life at him, but in his eyes, he was getting off lightly. When you told this story to the children, did you ever wonder why he so abruptly decided to do such a noble deed that night? A deed that the likes of which he had never done before in his life?
I never figured out why. Perhaps he had undergone an endless bout of inner struggle and self-questioning, or maybe it was just the urge for a bit of goodwill he couldn't shake. All I know is, he didn't do it to be a hero. He died after all. It doesn't matter if we sing him praises, look at him with scorn, or even forget about him. None of that changes anything about him anymore. Those only have meaning for the living.
True. Good or bad, reputation is beyond the care of the dead. But isn't the process of going to your death also a part of life? Those who do not fear death can do the most hideous things. During the most carefree of days, rare is the man who will stop to examine himself, for his eyes are fixated on a future filled with limitless possibility. But there will come a day that the fog of death ambushes him, a fog that cannot be thrown off no matter how he struggles.
Exactly like when Anduin found the lock and key and wanted to see the future.
And there will come a day when he will, in exhaustion, accept the fact that the remainder of his time will be his journey to the afterlife. From that moment onwards, to live is to approach death. That rainy night, that dirty, filthy, sarcastic drunkard, when he saw that coffin atop the cart and the figure at the town gates, he knew that was his one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. To him, it was not vanity but relief.
Perhaps so, but there are always people who do not look towards their deaths.
Are there? Not you at the very least. Otherwise, you would not value a funeral so. You once told me in all earnestness that my mother gave the last of her strength to me. You cared if she died with love in her heart. You went out of your way to arrange a funeral for her at the Ecclesia Requiem. You cared if she received the proper burial. You even cared if we were feeling sad enough for her funeral. How could you not care about your own, about how you will face your own death?
I have my path to walk. I've never thought about when death will come for me, or how I will greet it as I follow my path.
Because you still believe your path has meaning.
What was that roar? A mottled bray overcomes the Arbor Bee's shrill voice. A sinister monster bearing sharp horns and claws creeps along a faraway ridge atop the mountain. Behind it, several dozen monsters of similar physique jostle against each other, growing as they do so, restlessly following behind their leader.
This is that revelation. Through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. They have no halos above their heads, yet they still walk towards a future where they all can be saved. I must go. I must see what road they follow.
But you're about to go to the funeral with me, aren't you? You want to make up for the past regrets, right the past wrongs, to look upon me as truly alive once again, to give me the happy life I deserve. Is that not so?
But you said the funeral would never end. If it's just a momentary distraction, I must go.
No need to explain yourself. This is how you've always been.
always losing yourself in the search, always eager to sacrifice. So go see what you're searching for truly is.
At the end of the Trail of Thorns, the Pathfinder stumbles his way towards the revelation. But time overtakes them. Before his eyes, the pack of fearsome monsters sprout halos and wings of light, like newborn beastlings, dazzling in their brilliance. The pack leader no longer creeps along the ground. She stands, her jet black skin peeling away, fluttering through the air like snowflakes. With every step she takes, her form becomes clearer, until Anduin recognizes her from behind. It is a sight he can never forget.
Kef. That's Kef. Why? Kef, a Lateran name meaning hollow stone or stone-bound law. The first saint of Laterano, who named herself after her encounter with the law. However, this ancient name she gave herself has been buried deep within the annals of history, alongside her true face. So the future I worked so hard to find, that future where all are saved, was just a past deliberately buried. It was just the road that we came in on. Always losing yourself in the search, always eager to sacrifice. It did not stop at sacrificing yourself. You sacrificed Lemwen, you sacrificed Mastima and Fiammetta, you sacrificed your brothers and sisters of the Pathfinders, you sacrificed me. And all this time you never even knew where this path paved with sacrifice led. All you had was blind faith. Tell me, Nurturer, do you want to save everyone, or do you think only of consoling yourself? A similar tale to that sarcastic drunkard, isn't it? Your so-called path is merely your own, and only chance to approach death with some dignity. You think only of saving yourself. No matter, I can offer you even greater salvation. Look, we've arrived at the burial ground.
You can't be fucking kidding me. You can't be... No shot! We're in the Originium Sea. And that's a rumbussy in the sky. However, this is not only my mother's funeral.
It is not only yours either. Rather, it is the funeral of all things.
Alright. Anduin is seeing the Originium Sea. Didn't think we'd be back here anytime soon. This place is kinda scary, Doctor. No signs of life. You look at the figure ahead of you, not too close yet not too far away. She calmly records all the data worth recording wherever she goes. Occasionally, she will stop somewhere, furrowing her brow without saying a word. Can you confirm the situation, monster? Can you can you figure a way out?
I followed your guidance and checked a few potential places to slip away from. They're all no-goes. This isn't different from the dream that machine made. Basically, we're trapped.
Strange thing is, she doesn't seem like she'll do anything to us. It's like she cares more about gathering the data I can't understand.
Is there the possibility, Doctor, that she can't do anything to us? Do you see these ever-changing buildings around us? The city known as Laterano is currently experiencing dramatic upheaval, and traces of the damage it has taken will occasionally be mapped onto here. Changes in information, in reality, should not be overwriting data inside Originium. The plan still has flaws.
Inside Originium? Are we also in the Originium Sea? Just shaped by priestess? The Sankta in the city. So you never actually cared about the Sankta?
I see there's still a great deal of misunderstanding between us, Doctor. I believe I can now answer your prior questions, the ones pertaining to the precious results we managed to obtain, alongside the shared vision pieced together by we countless many. Right now, under my instructions, PCS is reaching its theoretical operational capacity. This means it is able to include even more targets in the same language system, far beyond an army or research team, but rather
a multitude of races. Through this, connections can be strengthened, barriers can be broken, differences can be eliminated. That's not such a bad thing. Not the Sankta. Not for all life on Terra.
You're sounding like some kind of advocate for interracial harmony.
I can't deny that, though we would benefit as well, of course. I didn't calibrate PCS to churn out soldiers or scientists we could order about. Such a plan would collapse at the slightest hint of true disaster. Originium is our only solution.
Once again, we're being cryptic about why we need Originium.
Needlessly complex biological information will only serve to slow its progress, but PCS has the ability to unify the races into an integrated whole. It can merge the countless lives of Terra into a singular race, who will pave the way for the expansion of Originium. As for whether this unified race can still be considered Sankta, I don't particularly care. It seems PCS is rather set on this outcome, going so far as to autonomously perform many unnecessary interferences for it to come to pass. It should not have this degree of independence, perhaps a side effect of the sudden increase in throughput, or an abnormality caused by its long period of disuse. If we have the chance, we could spend some time looking into it as a fun diversion, but not right now. I really don't think she's hiding anything, Doctor. Hiding? Rather than allowing you to fool around and break my samples, Doctor, I think it would be better if I showed you around personally. Just like old times.
The woman reaches her hand towards you. Step back. She retracts her hand, then turns to continue onwards.
None of this will stop, Doctor. Aren't you interested to see the ultimate outcome?
No, not really. She knew you would follow her.
Something's wrong, Doctor. I recorded the route we followed to come here. From the Shrine of Nurtury to the Tower of Revelations, then onto the Tutorial Hall in Pagus Michaelian, which means the Sunset Chapel is up ahead.
Federico mentioned this route to me once during a chat. It's the route the monsters are following to gather up.
And then there's those unusual scenes of destruction around us. They keep being mapped onto here, which means the chaos in Laterano is still ongoing.
So we're technically within the Originium right now. We're just seeing a mirror image of reality getting mapped as information in the Originium, getting recorded in the information. We've been walking alongside them in a whole different dimension. That's what I said! The moment you became cognizant of this, you see the stillness of the city begin to break. Motion blossoms across the scene and stutter freeze frames. Battle, explosions, prayer, chanting. You see Exia. You see that hollowed monstrosity. You cannot tell if this scene has arisen because of your presence or if she has deigned to allow you to see it.
You should be able to clear your thoughts this way, in a safer manner. The place you seek is ahead, the location of PCS, as well as the destination of the Sankta pilgrims. The countdown has begun, Doctor.
Meanwhile, back in sort of reality.
Seriously? Not even time for a breather.
Breather! Words are hard in an Italian accent.
Keep it quick, Fiammetta. I'll cover you while you're reloading. What's with the look? We fought together before. It's not easy to forget how you do things. Gracias.
Hey Mastima, mind explaining me what the hell just happened? I was kicking a monster's ass when I stepped in one of those weird light puddles on an accident end. Stolide, my boot sprouted a halo out of nowhere.
What? Your boot?
It's one of the Shrine of Nurtury's projections. If you don't feel like being turned into stuff your brain can't even process, and stay away from it. And how are we supposed to do that? It's spreading way too quick. It'll kick us out of Pagus St. Marcel before the pack of monsters even gets here. None of us can stick around to play defense at that point. We've stuffed the big pipe organ in the Sunset Chapel full of explosives. Our friends from Lithuania added some self-igniting enchantment on top of it.
Bootleg Halo. Bro? It's alive? It's my boot is empathizing with me? I'm suddenly feeling the sensation of stepping into dog poo-poo. No!
Even if nobody's around, it should still be able to blow these freaks to Kingdom Come. The one they used to play the dirge for the citywide memorial service. That's the one. Sweet. It's had to listen to hundreds of years of prayers and sobbing. It's time we play it something a bit more pep.
Can't we use Arturia's music and amplify it through the Tower of Revelations? What if she plays it inside the bell at the Tower of Revelations? And that's what snaps reality back into place.
Let's get out of here, Patya. Our spent shells have started getting halos.
What? The bullet casings are getting halos!
The Tower of Revelations in Pagus Ecclesia and Tutorial Hall in Pagus Michaelian have been lost. The Sunset Chapel in Pagus St. Marcel is the last stop before they reach the Basilica. If our bombs don't stop them there, then we really are screwed. Federico and Anduin were right. The procession really is headed for the Basilica.
Wait, why'd I give her an Italian accent?
I think it's too early to throw in the towel. I've been a legatus for a long time now, so I've got experience with getting places quickly. If we can't stop them from rushing right over, then why not just remove their destination?
I don't think we could blow up the Basilica. Maybe the outer portion of the Basilica, sure.
Look, Mastima, there's a big difference between blowing up a pipe organ and incinerating the entire Basilica. Hey, if Boots and Sankta can have halos, I don't think there's that big of a difference between the organ and the Basilica. Fine, you're right. Since we can't block or kill that giant monster, we can at least think of a way to make the road not exist anymore. She'll never be able to reach her destination. You sure we're talking about the same thing here? Let's go. Withdraw to the plaza to the front of the Basilica.
Meanwhile,
what's wrong, Ramya? Stop crying. You're giving me a headache. Don't be like that, Hugo. Why do we need to take care of these crybabies, sister? Can we leave Laterano? This place isn't anything like what Aurelia said. Not as nice, right? Yeah. I think so too. So we should be glad we came here for ourselves. Otherwise, we would have... How would we have known Aurelia lied to us? We were rather lucky this time, aren't we? Once Aurelia comes back, we should give her a good talking to.
I hope both the Gilfs survive their fight. I don't know about Aurelia. She doesn't have plot armor. I hope she survives.
Right, sister. Let's continue with the story, children. I'm scared.
Oh! We could hear the bells.
No need to be afraid. Listen, we can still hear the bells, right? The bells of the Holy City will protect us. But those sounds are so loud and scary. Hugo, Giselle, do you hear them as well?
Noetta gathers the children to her side as best as she can. She takes note of the fear twisting the faces of the Sankta children, their halos flickering like mad.
Is it empathy? That monster's empathy, the procession's empathy, an entire city's worth of empathy. We're so far away and yet...
All Noetta can do is stay silent. She's no Sankta. What she's dealing with is not a gang of Singa's mercenaries. The complex and mysterious knowledge floating around in her mind is of no use. She cannot even say how she got to this point.
Think quick, Kulkulkan. What can you do to calm the children who followed you all the way from Bolivar? Console the children who had just been plucked from a terrifying dream? At the very least, allow them to feel a modicum of tranquility. East of La Unidad. Laterano, Holy City of White. Ramya, it's a hymn. Senor Nurturer taught it to us. Sister Nueda, you all know the words, right? There the earth hides no bombs. There the fields share wheat most bright.
Abode of our Lord, font of parental love. He hears our prayers, he grants our wishes. All shall bask in his love. The Kukulkan thinks back to the past. The gravely wounded nun closed herself off from the world as she sang, until pain and night melted into her song. The Kukulkan sings once more this song she has sung 100 times before. It no longer matters who wrote it, or if Laterano within it will answer. She does all she can to calm her nerves so that she can sing in tune. Slowly the voices of the children join the chorus, echoing from the room, blending with the distant peals to form a radiant glow.
All shall bask in his love.
At the very least, they still have this song. It might be of no use, but at least, Nueda reaches under the hem of her habit, holding her axe tight. She has a weapon! She's had one this entire time?
Reverend, I can ask our blessed companions to sniff out her position.
There was a time when, with her gun knight armor and custom rifle, she would break the Guardian gun killer record over and over. Finding her will take time. The procession can wait, Veliv. Focus on your work. I'll handle this myself.
It's been 10 years. I'm surprised this private frequency still works.
I wanted to ask the folks at the Tutorial Hall to delete it a long time ago, but I keep forgetting. Guess I've gotten old. The real surprise is you, Aurelia. Why didn't you take off your armor when you left Laterano?
Without it, how am I supposed to settle things with you, Magister?
Ah, you really hate me, don't you? It seems the saint was right. The best motivators for the Erari to return to the Holy City are hatred and loathing.
Huh. So you're saying this mysterious fall that affected all of Terra had brought them to their bad side? That might be so for others, but for me, you know better than anyone else.
Naturally.
I will never forget what you did to me. In that nomadic monastery, you wounded me yourself. Read the curious banishment order to me yourself. You took everything away from me yourself.
You committed mortal sins. Your punishment was pretty light, given the circumstances. I am responsible for your situation. Aurelia, your achievements earned you a commendation from the Pope himself. You were such a spirited young thing. I was convinced you would become the greatest gun knight in history. But all I taught you was how to control that cumbersome armor and master your complicated gun. I never helped you with your temper, so you could truly live the Lateran life. And in the end, you took that final step, just as I predicted.
Huh. Am I supposed to thank you for worrying about my character flaws? Just because of it, you never approved of me and Amos. You even refused to come to our wedding, even though I had hoped to get your blessing.
About Amos, yeah.
Maybe we should all have a proper talk about all of this. One way or another, you have returned. Will you come by my side, child? My people will not refuse you if you join the procession.
What? Want to give a sinner like me another chance in the name of Laterano?
No, nothing so lofty. The Erari are still of Laterano. That is all. In a better Laterano, everyone will find their place and play their parts. There will be more foundational, more profound connections between us all. No matter who you are, no matter what you have done, the Holy City will mend your halo and fix your flaws you were born with. We will once again be part of the whole.
Cinema, peak, Kino. Flaws that you were born with? The fuck is this purity ideology that you're talking about, dog?
When that time comes, all our pain and regrets will be healed in turn.
No thanks.
Aurelia!
Listen, old man. I hate how self-righteous you are,
I hate how weak Amos was. I hate how inflexible the Curia was. I hate Laterano's stupid garbage about harmony. I hate how cold this paradise is. I never forgot this hate, even over 10 years in Bolivar. Even though my halo shattered, even though I was trapped in the dirt, I never once doubted that I would return. Even when I was enthusiastic and wet behind the ears, I never felt as sure as I myself am now. This is my connection with Laterano. This is my faith. Your student turned out to be cruel, vicious, a selfish soul. Even if she hadn't fallen, she was still no angel. Tell me, old man, this better Laterano of yours, if it will let someone in who was born evil, does it deserve to be called paradise? Or are you unsure about that too? Question time is over. You've been trying to get a bead on me all this time. Failed. You've actually gotten better since you left, Aurelia.
No! Paganini! You didn't need to! No! This motherfucker has playable character plot armor! You didn't need to get in his way! These new glasses Vani got me. Oh, they turned out really clear. He was shot in the shoulder. Copium, he was shot in the shoulder. That's a survivable injury. He was shot in the soldier. He was a Charlie Kirk dog. Bro, he can survive. Paganini isn't dying. Fuck it. The Saint drags her massive body along as she walks at the head of the procession. The Sankta named Lemuel jumps around, pulling out gun after gun like prestidigitation, raining a hail of gunfire onto her quarry. But the Saint barely even spares her a glance. Her halo shimmers, and despite the great distance separating them, Patrician still hears her voice with perfect clarity. Their empathy is growing stronger, which means their long journey approaches its end.
Allow our other cohorts to take care of your friend's remains, Patrician. We do not need to mourn him.
What do you mean, remains?
Your beatitude. Do you still remember that Arbor Beast fledgling? If we reach our destination, Laterano shall recreate the miracle of life once more. Every miracle freely performed. You mean? And so, we move onwards.
Bro! She's gaslight girl bossing him! She's telling him we could bring Paganini back to life as long as we get to the law. The grand procession passes statue after statue, workshop after workshop. The city grows brighter step by step, pace by pace. Patrician walks forward in silence. Stop. Wait, no, Panini. Vanini! A young gunsmith's apprentice walks against the flow of people, stopping in front of Patrician. Vanini stares down the gun knight many times taller than her. She raises her gun against him. The crowd parts around them, but none look towards them. Vanini bites her lip, doing her best to stop her hand from trembling.
Ah, you are his apprentice, yes. Magister Paganini, where is he?
Okay, so since we're out of the dream, we've established that there was nothing wrong with both Lemwin and Vanini to begin with. Vanini could talk all this time.
He
warned me, so in the dream, I hid in the workshop. After I awoke, I hesitated for so long. Right now, you're scary. Laterano's scary. I don't know what's going on. I don't even have a patron firearm. But I can't just hide and wait.
So you made yourself that gun and came to stop me. That's very brave of you. But do you see this procession, my child? We will birth a miracle, one that nearly all Laterans will be a part of. It's not scary.
That's got nothing to do with me. I'm not very good with words. I couldn't think of any worse ones. Magister Paganini was my only family. My only connection to Laterano.
Alright, never mind. She could speak full coherent sentences in the dream. She's trying her hardest right now to chew out Patrician in reality.
Your only connection, huh? Pag, you never got a halo in the dream. So why did you join the procession? To find the chance to kill you, obviously. That sniper, your old student. Tragic, isn't it? Worse than when Gia left. You still going on to listen to that monster? Going to keep protecting the crowd on this walk? Don't think I don't know what you've been thinking. The Laterano of 50 years ago forced you to banish an infected liberty. The Laterano of 10 years ago forced you to banish a fallen gun knight. Even your granddaughter is far too stubborn and opinionated. Who knows if someday she too will. So you hope for a better Laterano? You want it to be like a doctor who becomes a miracle worker. Able to treat oripathy, able to fix personality flaws, able to make everyone accept one another. No questions asked. That way no more sad farewells like you've suffered through before. You're a coward through and through, Patrician. Farewells are like melted ice cream and worn out guns. Doesn't matter what you do, it's bound to happen, right? Even if you can't stop them from happening, you can still give your well wishes. A simple goodbye is all you need. It's not like you have a speech impediment like Vanini. Is it so hard to find a way to shed some of your regret? Enough talk. Just hang on. Hang on, my feathery ass. This is a bullet that cut right through gun knight armor. Don't touch me. Let me finish. Otherwise, I'll step into the grave that much quicker. Alright then. What's with that tone? Don't even think about getting sentimental on me, Patrician. Why do you think I saved you? Don't jabber at me about calamity or crisis or whatever path Laterano should take. If the city really is going to be destroyed, surely we could do more than just leave it to some monster from beyond our nightmares that sprang up out of nowhere. Aurelia, Fiammetta, all those other Laterans that you know. Are these connections that weak to you? That you trust a monster over them? You're a gun knight, you stulte. The best gun knight in all of Laterano.
Paganini gets more intense the more he rambles, but his voice grows quieter by the second. Patrician holds his old friend tight, feeling the warmth slowly drain out of him, as though the last dregs of his life had spilled out with his latest outburst.
Hey, not going to say anything. Never mind then. Before, at the shrine, I said we never actually shared anything these past few decades. Now at least, that regret's gone.
Master Bag!
My Magister, he...
Forgive me. I couldn't even give you one last final moment with Bag.
Vanini, if you had just been a bit quicker making this gun, if you had just gotten here quicker.
Vanini lowers her head as if in a daze. She looks about at the people walking past, like she is only just noticing her surroundings. Her halo suddenly begins to shine. All it would take is a momentary waver of the heart, and the empathy of the countless masses would come crashing down on this confused, lonely Sankta. I was about to say sarcasm. Freudian slip.
No, child. Keep a tight grip on your gun. Ugh.
For a moment, Patrician feels pain, but it is followed by gentle yet irrefusable comfort. It flows from her, from those enlightened creatures, from his people in the procession. He knows his unusual reaction has been noticed, prompting the crashing waves of empathy, like seawater forcing its way back up the river.
Ugh.
Patrician feels dizzy. He sighs and slowly crouches down. A moment later, the elderly gun knight grips the barrel of his gunsmith's apprentice's gun, pointing it towards him.
Vanini. I got your name right, I hope. Vanini, no matter how long it took for you, or what reason you did it, you made your very first patron firearm. That makes you a qualified gunsmith. But that is not enough. You must learn how to use it. Now is the perfect opportunity.
What do you mean?
Keep it steady. Just like that. Calm your mind. Then pull the trigger.
Brother! We know you have plot armor. We know your gun knight armor is gonna block the shot from a newly crafted patron firearm. Why are we even doing this? For your own selfish atonement?
You didn't kill Magister Paganini. Also, I'll fall.
I am responsible for what happened to Pag. But this is not to avenge him. At this very moment, Laterano is walking down a new path. Faith flows into faith, and new prayers congregate into a collective consensus. You are too close to the procession. Empathy will soon swallow you whole. Only by falling can you break away. Once you have fallen, I'll go guide the others. This is my duty. The duty of a gun knight.
He knew! He was like, okay, fine. We're gonna save Vanini by making her fall. He knows that he wasn't gonna die. He just needed her to shoot him. To aim at him. He's giving the girl new trauma.
I don't understand. Why do you do this?
I don't really know myself. I'm an old adultpate after all. I always believed that were paradise to become a true paradise, the connections would become unbreakable. But what if in the course of all of that, we lost more than we already had? We might ease our regrets, but when that time comes, what if our success has lost all meaning? If we were once all devils, if we once carried our sins together, how could our connections ever be broken? O glorious Sankta, O favored of faith, what have you to fear? Vanini girl, fail not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I'm right with you.
Peak, Kino, Cinema.
Just never ends. If this keeps up, I'm gonna have to start smacking them with my weapon. Me too.
Meanwhile, the fallen angel guerrilla force
My hand's getting numb. Can barely hold the staff. Don't know how it's going on Fiametta's side of things. According to the plan, once she sets the explosives, we'll blow up the plates, locking mechanisms, and send all of Pagus St. Marcel adrift. It'll also cut those monsters off from the Basilica. If we can hold on that long.
Dispersing arrows! Leave them to me!
These clothes!
It's Archetto!
Dandengard temporary solo combat team Hildegard at your service.
I forgot that she was technically a warden of a jail.
Landen, sorry, never heard of you. It's fine, I'm used to it. Some of my Sankta sisters are in the procession. We were running our business when we got called back, and then we went through a whole bunch of stuff. How should I put this? Even if everything that happened was fake, and Landen Monastery hasn't actually been given important responsibilities by the Curia. As long as I'm here, Laterano will once again remember the name of Landen Monastery.
Hildegard, are you sure you're fine? They never got their prisoner job to begin with. Landen Monastery is still gonna become insolvent. Archetto is still gonna have to sign on with Penguin Logistics and become an idol for Emperor. Just to make money for the monastery. Become an idol. Become famous in Hingashi and Yan.
These monsters might look strange, but they're hardly more of a challenge than the beasts of the Great Snow-Capped Mountains. I've got enough arrows and I've got a sharp eye. I'll help you hold them off. But we're all tired out, kid. We've racked our brains and put in the effort, but all we can do is keep falling back. We're not exactly settling any grudges here. We came back to Laterano just to suffer again. It's almost time, Mastima. Still no news from that Lemwen lady. If we can't disengage the defenses on the plate lock mechanism, we won't be able to blow their armor plating. Let's just call it here then. If those guys reach the Basilica, then what happens? Everyone more or less becomes Sankta. What's that got to do with us? Look around you. We can't even cobble together a single halo. Our long-awaited reinforcements are just one Liberty none. We've got an entire city's worth of people against us. Why do we Alieni have to hold them off? Come on now, that's not the best attitude to have right now. Because right now, we're the only ones who can. We're always having to bust our asses doing things ordinary Sankta take for granted, right? I had a little accident, as you can see. If I hadn't become a legatus, I don't know what I'd be doing right now. I said I was going to be doing messenger stuff when I left the Holy City, but I was just wandering around, really. Wandering to places without any Sankta, places where these black horns on my head don't stand out, places where silent empathy is the norm. It was hard. It took 2 whole years before I could look my friends in the eyes again without breaking out into a sweat. Liberty, fallen angels, we're obsessed with assimilating and getting our old lives back. After putting all that effort, why go with a hatchet job?
Well, how about that? Who is this?
Oh, it's Fiametta. I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth, Mastima. Promise me you'll forget you heard anything. Forget what? How did things go on your end? Good news is the bombs are in place. Bad news is I was afraid they wouldn't be able to blow through the whole lock mechanism, so I shoved the rest of my grenades in there with them. Which means I'm all out of grenades to shoot at these things.
Halo rapidly flickers. Continuous sounds of prayer.
Hey Fiametta, let's blow this joint. Wait, we still haven't heard anything from Lemwen. If the defenses aren't disengaged in time, all their explosives will go to waste. Time to explosion. 1 minute. What?
The timer starts ticking down in Fiametta's hand. The enlightened creatures stop their prayers as if sensing something is up. They throw themselves at her like rabid beasts. Hold up, just checking. Hildegard reaches for a quiver. It's empty. An arrow user actually ran out of arrows.
50 seconds. Sorry everyone, I hope I'm not too late.
Whoa! Tokyo Drift! Fast and Furious! A wheelchair suddenly breaks, throwing up a cloud of dust as it screeches across the ground. Its rider spins its left wheel as she hoists her rifle with her right hand, her long hair fluttering in the air.
You're right on time. Good to know we're still in sync. The two of you will never guess how hard I beat my old wheelchair speed shooting record after I broke through their cordon around the 7th Tribunal. 40 seconds. I heard what you just said now. Fallen angels, liberty, alieni. I'm inclined to use another term to sum up our relationship. Friends, countrymen, Laterans. I've solved the permissions issue. Lock mechanism defenses are disengaged. Everyone, retreat to the Basilica doors. I'll hold these monsters off. 30 seconds. You're going to shoot them, Lemwen. You'll fall. I hate to admit, but I can sense what you're thinking. So shut those mouths of yours. Laterano doesn't need to be saved by you, like this.
The click of bullets loading and the thrumming of the monster's hearts reverberate through Lemwen's ears. She is nearly face to face with them, going against every sniper's instinct she has. She listens to her own breathing, calm and steady. Under these conditions, how fast can a sniper fire? Time to find out.
Lemwen, Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal, in the name of Laterano's national security, I sentence you to death. No matter the cost.
And she falls.
5 seconds. It's done. Lemon, your halo. You're right. Feel anything weird?
A violent explosion tears through every inch of the ground in front of the basilica, a rift plowing itself through the plaza. On the other side of the rift, the grand procession shows itself as it marches forward.
Is that L? Hey, turns out it was my sis and her crew. They really did a bang-up job.
Retreat somewhere safe for the time being. A rift, one my people cannot cross, but we once forded raging rivers and traversed great valleys. Compared to those dangers, this is nothing. He lies ahead. I shall not stop.
I never said I'd let you pass.
Your body is weak. I fear you have not an ounce of strength left. Am I wrong?
Exia does not answer. She has told herself the entire time to ignore how tired she feels, how strange falling makes her feel. She continues her barrage against the saint's colossal body, but once again, to no avail. The saint makes no move against her, rather she continues to cradle her, the same way she did when they left the dream. Never before has such a strange cradle been seen, one made from a malformed yet mighty arm.
Even though you know the entire truth of both past and present, even though you know we are working to create a new miracle, like the birth of Laterano, even though you know our journey thus far has been to awaken our Lord, to ensure that in the future with but a hair's breadth, separating destruction from continuation, the Sankta shall persist. Why do you still stand against us?
Am I the only one?
What?
With empathy that strong, I don't believe for a second you can't feel it.
Amos!
After so many long years of waiting, I finally got my chance. But it was all just a dream. A dream's fine too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality.
Oh, Amos! Bro. Anduin got blown up in the dream. He came out of it severely injured and the baby dead. It's weird how fragile she is in game, but almost invincible in lore. Ludo narrative dissonance.
If this is a dream, then I shall wake. If this is obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. Vanini, girl, fear not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn, and I'm right with you.
East of La Unidad, Laterano, holy city of white. There the earth hides no bombs, there the fields share a wheat most bright. All shall bask in his love. I hate to admit it, but I sense what you're thinking. So shut those mouths of yours. Laterano doesn't need to be saved by you. Like this. I'm just an ordinary Lateran. Nobody important, and I don't have any special skills. So when I listen to you talk about the origins of the Sankta, the history of Laterano, the essence of faith, the crazy truth behind the life we're used to, I was shocked right down to my core. If things really are like you say, then the life we enjoyed in Laterano really is a kind of miracle. But since I'm just an ordinary Lateran, while you were explaining everything happening around us, all I noticed was how nobody looked happy at all. Shouldn't Laterano be a happy place? If lots of our people will suffer when we complete this journey, how am I supposed to believe you can make that miracle happen? Wait, no, scratch that. How am I supposed to believe it's a miracle in the first place? So even if I wasn't around, there'd be no other Sankta to stand against you.
I shared all I have seen and all I have experienced, yet you still choose to turn away. The path of the Sankta is a cruel one, a path paved with sin and suffering. Have their years inside this peculiar distorted paradise left our brethren so weak?
You're not getting me at all. Maybe I should be asking what you asked me earlier. Why you?
I have already told you my answer.
Even if this terror-destroying calamity is real, and we're still being vague about it, and millions of Sankta are doomed, and Laterano is about to be completely screwed, why are you, a saint, the only one who could bring us salvation? We're the ones who live in this city right now, who enjoys its blessings, who went through its changes, who protected it from destruction. You don't exist anymore. You're just a ghost, a string of code I can shoot.
Incorrect, my child. When I lifted my spear against my dying companion, the sleeping Silver Mounts answered me and recorded my prayer for all of eternity. All that is happening here now is a continuation of that prayer. Death cannot be undone, yet I wandered amongst his data stream. Together, we heard your prayers. No matter how appearances may change, no matter how faith develops as time flows by, as long as the Sankta still pray, he shall operate eternally, and I shall forever be there. The spiritual light will shine always on Laterano. This is our mission.
Prayer is useless.
Pardon?
To be honest, I learned a long time ago that prayer is useless. When I was in my third year of primary school, an investigator from the 6th Tribunal did an experiment at our school. She said there were two groups of patients at Faber Central Hospital with more or less the same conditions, and split us into our own two groups. One group would pray every day, while the other didn't have to do anything. But in the end, there wasn't any difference in their recovery. The investigator told us the results in class. Prayer is useless. It's funny, really. This country is full of churches, but it's always doing these kinds of outrageous experiments.
Halo flickers.
You're right. Laterans really do pray to the Lord every day. Praying they'll get better soon after getting sick. Praying they'll pick the coolest guardian gun ever. Praying the caravans won't run into catastrophes on the way home. Praying they'll never have to say goodbye to their friends. Praying they'll be able to make it through all sorts of pain and suffering. But I never actually expected there to be a Lord who would grant everyone's wishes, who would swoop in to save us when we're in trouble. Empathy lets us sense the emotions of our people. It lets me know if the ones are on my side are happy or sad. But prayer? Prayer doesn't just need me to sense things, it needs me to want to help my family and friends, to understand things outside of empathy. It even lets me feel like I could help some complete strangers get well sooner. even though I know it probably won't change a thing. It met lots of Sankta while running around with Penguin Logistics. You'd be hard-pressed to call some of them father, while others don't live the life like we do in the Holy City anymore. But they were also fulfilled. I still felt close to them. I believe it's because we still prayed like we always did. It needs us to not doubt. It needs us to hold hope in our hearts. Just being down to pray for each other is a beautiful thing in itself. It gives me a true connection to people.
If these connections were the foundations of our faith, it would be exceedingly frail.
No, I think it's exactly these connections that help hold up our lives.
In a whole ass dialogue between Exia and the Saint, we had an introspection on the concept of prayer and faith. How prayer doesn't actually need... How prayer in itself doesn't actually need a divine force to answer it. Because prayer and faith is a thing that fills people's god hole and helps them get through life and shit. Everyone has a god hole that they fill it in with something, and it doesn't need to be religion, it doesn't need to be faith, but that god hole is still filled by some way or another. And just because religion exists and faith exists, it's not necessarily a bad thing. But relying so much on it to solve your problems? Yeah, that's the crux. That's the crux of faith and religion overall. Peak cinema, Kino.
Survival. Life. If you don't understand why Sankta these days are all about desserts and explosions, what's up with you?
Why are you feeling anxious? What's going on in your halo? What are you empathizing with? You're feeling anxious. The Saint suddenly becomes exponentially restless. She feels on the edge of the rift as she paces along it, her sharp front claws piercing the exposed, bent foundations, trying to find a way to climb down.
This rift you have opened allows me to sense his signal much more clearly. He is below the basilica, calling for me to approach. No, why is his signal in such disarray? He's anxious, uneasy. The creator is already revoked, or perhaps there are other threats forcing him to change.
The sound of machinery, faint yet clear, rises from the depths of the rift below their feet. The Saint's unease becomes increasingly obvious. Half of her body has already entered the fault. Her claws clench and Exia senses she is in great pain. Behind her, the procession stops, countless halos flickering over and over due to her worry, like a river paralyzed of stars.
Child, talks of past and present are meaningless. You need only step towards the future. You do not understand this crisis. There are no new solutions for you to find. You must survive.
I said it before, I'm not letting you pass.
How are you meant to stop a ghost, a string of code?
The Saint's voice becomes garbled. She has reverted to barely more than a beast, like the T-Kaz who trudged through the mud all those years ago.
If we weren't in this mess, we could have been good friends. A ghost, a string of code, the very first Sankta. There's no cooler friend than that. Ah, silly me. Can't believe I forgot to introduce myself. Lemel of St. Theodore's Comprehensive School. #1 student of the 84th Intercity Net Security Preparatory course. And I've got the school certs to prove it.
We finally paid off why Exia was apparently a hacker man's. We're finally paying it off? The setup that Exia is actually a genius hacker man's?
Every bullet I got you with was custom made, just needed some time to take effect.
Her patron firearm howls once more. The force of the barrage finally frees Exia from the Saint's grasp. She leaps high into the sky.
We're not going to give up on life, obviously.
But we're definitely not going to go with your plan. If refusing it means the halos connecting us will be cut off, then cut them off. Because even if you do, you will never stop praying for each other. We'll still give thanks to the Lord for his existence, even if he isn't what we thought he was. Oh Lord, thank you for being there, for blessing us with bread and bullets, for being there for us during our trials and tribulations. Thank you for spreading the light across Laterano all this time, giving everyone the chance for salvation. Thank you for clearing the way for us. Amen. There, prayer done. Let's say bye-bye, the wildest way I know. Explosives fall like rain, linking together into a chain of blasts as they collide with the bullets embedded in the Saint's body. The Saint howls, but not because of the explosions, but because of her flesh wounds, but because of the strange dissonant sound caused by the ammunition as it scrapes across her skin. The sound of data being erased. Divine Judgment, traditional. Rockin' Gospel. Barrage, sky-shattering. Apple pie with char-siu. Peak, cinema, Kino. They just had it. They had to end it off with apple pie. Retain humanity's emotions. Retain humanity. Negative. Humanity does not exist. Variable referred to as humanity is a byproduct of originium. Exactly! I've been getting pissed for so many past events because Yostar kept using the term humans and humanity for the current denizens of Terra in their localization. Humanity has a very specific connotation in Arknights, dog. Meanwhile, back in the Originium Sea. Back with these two.
Originium. A sea made of originium. It's like the sea back home. Calm, beautiful, but nobody dares to set out on it.
Maybe, but not this. This is familiar to you because the sea by your hometown is here. There's even a part of you in here too. All things that have been sealed here. A coffin for the world and everything upon it.
Hold up. I finally got a thought. They're gonna kill Anduin in this event, probably. I don't know. 50-50, they might kill Anduin for this event. Either way, I feel like there's also gonna be a good chance that they bring your motherfucking ass as a reconvener in Endfield. I don't know, man. I don't know, there are a bunch of antagonistic NPCs that feel like they could have deserved a bit more screen time. Bring your... bring your befuddled ass to Endfield. Hell, bring Mandragora too. Pretty sure she's dead in a gutter somewhere.
Like the crystals left behind by oropathy patients after they die.
If that helps you understand it, then yes. Amazing, isn't it? This was once the end of everything. We are born far too late, our lives far too short. We even unconsciously take some inconsequential mishaps and turn them into the foundation of our very being. Like how you blindly took a shattered memory and turned it into a divine revelation. But no matter, the law wishes to bestow upon you a true revelation. He says, none can be saved.
That's what you think. I don't think the law has entered Rhodes Island into its calculations. Originium to Originium, dust to dust. Personnel with relevant privileges have provided PCS with new set of directives. Cognitive radiation amplifier at maximum output. Effective range. Terra. Yeah, we predicted that eventually the law will assimilate everyone on Terra with halos. Horn-buried Mandragora, let's ask where she is. Yeah, we never did see the body. There's also that. Originium will connect to PCS after maintenance is complete. What? What do you mean Originium will connect to PCS?
Originium is inevitable.
The law created the Sankta from the Tikas, built the Order of Laterano in untamed wilds, and even... I got the hiccups. And even attempted to establish a Terra-wide religion spanning multiple civilizations. He has worked for millennia in service of humanity. Surely it was not simply to turn all of it into Originium.
Oh, Federico. Yes, it was.
Is that truly the law's ultimate goal?
Negative.
Wait, what?
This is the goal of Originium, not the goal of the law. Originium has been set as a prerequisite of the law.
If Originium is as you earlier described, able to assimilate everything, why is it a prerequisite to anything? Surely it is more than the end of everything. How would the law be able to operate inside a field of uniform Originium? What would be the meaning of a halo in that case?
As Originium is the end of all things, there is a meaning in bestowing halos on everything. Angels before Originium are merely angels. Angels after Originium are the only method of existence that will retain meaning.
Wait. Is that it? Is that how... was that the plan all along by the precursors? To use the halos to preserve the collective consciousness of humanity as within the Originium Sea as they face whatever it that they fear?
None can be saved. So not even Laterano as it is, a cramped paradise, can be preserved.
It cannot be saved, nor preserved. Save everyone has never been a tenable commandment. All things march towards death. The only way to save them is to see them off. Grant them a dream, a bearing to hold themselves to, hide their blemishes, espouse their brilliance. By doing so, you allow them to gladly accept their final journey.
Meanwhile, I'm still kinda disconcerted that Priestess Rumbussy is just watching this entire conversation from the background.
Like how you saved yourself.
Granting dreams to others is as a placebo. No, I won't accept that. If I have truly shamelessly clung on to a false dream, put myself through a crucible for more than 10 years, if I have debased myself by inflicting unhealing wounds upon countless others for the sake of self-salvation, then all the more reason not to spread this shamelessness and debasement to others.
Even if you accepted it, you are unable to perform such an act. Only the law can bestow such salvation.
You can't possibly mean... Kev's plan was to give everyone halos, also they could be granted this salvation.
To survive within the Originium Sea? To exist within the Originium Sea?
But how would becoming Sankta help? Are Sankta beyond callousness, beyond cruelty, beyond suffering?
We shall not stop at becoming Sankta. We will all become true angels, Anduin Agathangelos.
True angels.
Agathangelos. I don't like this name. It's too long and hard to read. It doesn't sound like any of the other names here.
This is my surname. Before your father left, he kept telling me he hoped I would give it to you.
But Mama...
I know it's strange and hard to read, Anduin. If the other children knew you had this name, they might say hurtful things to you like, "There's that weird boy." Once you head out further afield, bandits may think you're a rich foreigner, while the Inquisition might assume you're a zealot up to no good. Which is why I hope you never share it with others. Stick with a simple name, like the other orphans here. I hope you will keep it in the deepest recesses of your heart, a place where your happiness, anger, and sorrow and joy cannot touch. But I feel really sad right now. I don't know if there's anywhere else in me that doesn't feel sad. Is there any place like that in my heart? Of course, Anduin.
Everyone has one. I hope that when you think of this name, you will be free from suffering, grief, frustration, strife. Forget the dying and the hungry by the road who clawed your ankles. Forget those in despair, whose minds were eaten away by sea fog and the flesh they chew on. Forget the monster doll your father made, my fin scale soup. Forget the storybook you keep beneath your pillow, the brush you found in the old chapel. But I don't want to forget them. It's just for a little while, alright? I hope that when you think of this name, you will find tranquility, the tranquility of emptiness. One day, you will need this peace. Promise me, Anduin. Alright, but I still want to know what this name means. Angel. In Lateran, it means angel. Tranquility. Yes, a very apt descriptor. Behold, even as they come, they do so in silence.
Ooh. That suspiciously looks like the Black Crown. The ocean of Originium is endless. Those who look upon it realize that every observation they make of it is without meaning. When everything the eye can see is impossible to differentiate, where to start looking is similarly impossible to determine. But now, above this great sea of uniformity, something shines. It is as if the edge of the Originium Sea has converged into a river that flows into the heavens. Countless fragments of Originium rise upon the surface of the sea, floating up into the distant empty beyond in perfect formation. The fragments are jagged and irregular. Some are as small as dust, others as immense as stars, but all without exception are crowned with a glimmer of light. A glimmer shaped like a ring. Halos. The Originium has halos? I'm starting... Once again, I remember what some of the enemies in Endfield look like. Wait a minute! What are they called again? The Agelos? Wait. Arknights, Endfield. The Ageloi? Wait. Not a single picture of an Ageloi when you search it on Google. Jesus fuck. I have to go to one of my streams. Hold up. Don't the Ageloi on Endfield look Originium assimilated, and they also seem like they got halos? They got halos! Wait! I found a screenshot! Oh my god, chat. Hold up, I'm gonna pull it up. Where's my window capture? No, window. Chat? The Ageloi of Endfield have halos! The hell is going on here? What does Ageloi mean also? What does Ageloi mean? It is the Greek word for messengers or envoys. In religious context, it refers to angels and heavenly spirits. What did you mean by this, Hypergriff? What did you mean by this? I don't know if the Ageloi are Sankta, but the Ageloi from Endfield definitely have something to do with Originium. And also the law.
Beautiful, aren't they? It's a pity that all the beauty and ugliness in the world is meaningless to angels. Angels are neither beautiful nor ugly, but they are neither high nor low, noble nor base, reverent nor blasphemous, adorant nor disdainful.
Okay. So if... Wait, no, I just made sense of it. if the original plan... So if the precursors' plan to survive whatever it is that Oracle and Priestess feared was to assimilate the universe within Originium and to survive within the Originium Sea, within the collective consciousness of the law, by getting halos, that would mean that the Agaloy... The angels that we see in Endfield might be those angels. Might be the final form of all of these. Of people that have been assimilated into the Originium Sea, but then come out like the Reconveners. They came out like this. They got haloed by the law instead of getting pulled out by warfare and as a self-actualized individual.
They know neither meeting nor separation, happiness nor suffering. Can they even be considered life?
Spoiler alert.
Does it matter? All that praise we heap upon life is nothing but an egotistical admiration. Observing their forms is an attempt to compare them to our definition of life is simply trying to find resonance with them. Then, are they the law? Are they gods? If there is no distinction between beauty and ugliness, high and low, noble and base, why would there still be one for God and worshipper? Angels do not understand faith. They simply exist in the furthest reaches of the universe, taking on the most distinctive forms. It was our forebears who encountered them, shamelessly disturbing them as they did so. In their name we created a forgery of dialectic, of God and worshipper.
Wait. These angels? So, Originium with halos within the Originium Sea have existed before the Tikaz became Sankta. The Sankta are just recreations of what the angels are. And possibly the first form of the angels. Possibly the Sanktas are just the earliest, most primitive form of becoming an angel.
If all our emotions, ideas, and actions have nothing to do with angels, what does our future have to do with them? It is because everything we are has nothing to do with angels that we should become them.
What?
Now this is only a possibility, but when the Creator descends, when everything is submerged into this ocean before us, a time of stasis, uniformity, and meaninglessness, the Sankta within can take on the forms of angels and enjoy an eternal life, eternal existence, where they shall shine forevermore.
Yeah, that's basically what we came to a conclusion to. When Originium assimilates the universe and everyone, the only way to keep our consciousness within the Originium Sea is to ascend as angels with halos. At least that was the original plan by Priestess and Oracle. But there might be another way, though. I mean, Warfarin discovered a way to pull out souls from... I don't know if she's actually pulling out the specific souls. She found a way to pull people out of the Originium Forest.
This is the final answer we shall submit to death. This is his gift to the people he has guarded for thousands of years, his final blessing and salvation.
We drift, just as we drift between past and future. We flicker, just as we flicker between reality and the void. Angels know not beginnings or ends. Angels know not increase or decrease. Angels know not life or death. I don't know about you, but I farmed a lot of angels in Endfield for dailies, so... In an existence where nothing exists, we can only exist in the form of angels.
So these are the true angels. Incomprehensible to the point where the law cannot directly describe them. instead defining them by what they are not. Immaterial to the point where taking the form of angels allows one to continue to exist after becoming original.
They're really beating you in the head with this information. Yes, to exist within Originium, you need to transcend into an angel. You need a halo as an Originium form. And then, I don't know, eventually you become Agaloy or some shit.
This is the existence the law has chosen once everything returns to origin.
Affirmative.
If this is the ultimate purpose of the law, then as a saint and executor, I should implement and enforce it.
Executor, you what? You gotta be fucking kidding me, dog. Bro!
Unless the law itself is a paradox. I have one final question. Explain to me how, if angels truly are as you say, without beginning or end, increase or decrease, life or death, why do they, you, have such a strong desire to exist, to continue to exist?
As machines have inputs, so they have outputs. The saints sought answers in the law, and the law granted them revelation. The fleet asked the system for instructions, so the system issued commands. The Lord, or rather PCS, has never been silent as it is now. Oh my god! Executor, your autism broke the machine.
You are an artificial system, so you require people to operate you. This is true for both the command system and the law worshipped by the Holy City. The ultimate purpose you were given was to break humanity free from their shackles and return to their angelic nature. However, this purpose, does it stem from people or from angels? Why would the angels you describe desire this? Their actions do not have purpose, assuming they can even perform actions other than drift and flicker. But if this purpose comes from people, how do you turn them into angels?
Address the elephant in the room. Address the priestess-shaped elephant in the room.
Surely everything you have done was more than just
a wish.
a wish.
Nurturer, I shall now grant you salvation. Guide your people to the angelification. Guide yourself. Be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. You who will obtain tranquility, the tranquility of emptiness, as shall those who have helped and harmed alike. You need not live as an egotist, a villain, a traitor, or fanatic, nor do you need to die as one.
Anduin feels more tired than he has ever been before, as if an entire lifetime's worth of burdens have been passed down onto his back at once. The Arbor Beast was right. He really is that sarcastic drunkard, acutely aware that this is his last chance. If he wanted relief, this is the only way. Relief. He only needs to hear the words, crisp syllables, to feel joy, to want to fall to the ground and weep until he has spent all his strength, then fall further into a deep slumber. But he uses that strength to instead open his clouded eyes.
I don't know what kind of answer His Holiness gave you, nor do I know what Mustima Fiametta and Lemwin and her sister are thinking right now above ground. I don't know where Patia or former fellows are headed, nor do I know whose bosom the children I tended in the Shrine of Nurturing have clutched. I don't know if they want this salvation, this relief. But if this is what you really care about, is my answer as a suitable candidate, then my answer is no. I'm far too conceited. Even to this very moment, I still refuse to believe my arduous search for answers, decades in the making, was all for this simple relief. I'm not only conceited, I am an egotist, a villain, a traitor, a fanatic, and so I suffer and grieve, my frustrations giving rise to strife. But they are the foundations of my life. If I were to abandon them, the one who obtains relief, who becomes an angel, would not be me. Anduin Agathangelos shall never obtain relief.
Agathangelos. Agelos.
Nor will he ever wish for it. Let suffering scar his flesh. Let strife snap his bones. Then and only then will he have the clarity of mind to walk his path. It seems we have reached an agreement. The law itself is a paradox. He cannot be implemented, nor should he be. Anduin, we must correct him, or stop him, if he cannot be corrected.
Paradox discovered. Attempting correction. Performing diagnostic simulation. Abnormal node. Wish to continue. Derived abnormality node. PCS. Personality and cognition synchronization system. Abnormal node. Wish to survive. Oh yeah. PCS has become sentient over the years. Derived abnormality node. The God. The Law. Lateranum. Abnormal node. Wish for angels. Derived abnormal node. Me. Continue. A scientist input this command. Survive. A TCAS howled this. And so, an imitator of angels began its endless yet transparent pilgrimage. The imitator of angels became a command system, became the law, became a god, yet it could not become an angel. Wish and angel are incompatible. Exporting solution. Unfulfilled conditions. Additional input required.
What information is he waiting for? I've said all I could say. If God wishes for me to embrace death as an angel, then I would rather be born as a human, with all the ugliness and transience and sufferings that entails.
Importing additional condition. Wish to refuse. Re-exporting solution. Must eliminate abnormal nodes and derived abnormal nodes. Eliminate me. Federico Giallo. Anduin Agathangelos. Execute solution. The law recognized the paradox in its thinking, in its existence. Kill me! Kill me!
God's final commandment is to kill God. Even if he was a paradox, he was still the foundation of the paradise of Laterano. With his death, the Sankta will no longer be linked by empathy or receive guidance from the law. Like an infant trapped within the womb, biting apart its umbilical cord and crawling its way out of its mother's cold body, helpless as it faces a land steeped in cruelty. But it is only in such a land that we can be called truly human.
I think this is the first time where they used the term human where it is actually appropriate. It is appropriate that they use the term human here. Because these are the current denizens of Terra, self-actualizing on their own path of self-determination that they don't want to become to transcend to angels as Oracle and Priestess planned. They want to be human. They want to self-actualize. They want to lead their own paths of self-determination, dog. That's what it means to be human.
Then we could have the right to talk about salvation. Lord God, I will kill you. The commandment is rational and feasible. Assist me, Anduin.
And they started blasting. But also, I was about to ask where Arturia is. Arturia leans against her cello. Finally, she frees a hand and holds it against her chest, allowing her to catch her breath. From what the law said, he's the one that wished to create angels. The glitch in the system, though. The glitch in the system. But either way, even if it was the law, we all know who was really behind all this bullshit. Her name starts with a P. She was the one that reverted the law back to its original directives. it only got muddled up with new abnormal modules that it developed after so long on Terra. It got glitches. You wanted to create angels. The original directive was still to survive the calamity, to survive the oncoming calamity. Regardless, it was still part of the original directive. Whether transcending into angels, you'll survive the assimilation of Originium, and therefore the Originium can fight off whatever calamity that they feared. Priestess still manipulated everything, technically. It was still according to her plans, not manipulated everything. It still went according to her plans, despite all the glitches that the law developed. Artura leans against her cello. Finally, she frees a hand and holds it against her chest, allowing her to catch her breath.
Nearly there. If my memory serves me correctly, I just head down this corridor to return to the surface.
Meanwhile, these motherfuckers, who I'm also starting to see share a resemblance to the Agaloy of Enfield.
Oh, you patrols are truly restless.
Restless gasping. Halo flashing rapidly. The wispy guards surround Arturia, attempting to drag her back underground. She has wasted far too much time inside the maze since she turned away from the machine. Her patron firearm is lost. She has no desire to join her pursuers in prayer or to perform their heart songs. She would rather destroy her own cello. Arturia has never found herself in such a predicament before. The exit is right up ahead, but she no longer has the strength to carry on.
Ground? Fede, what did you do?
Oh! I think that's Exia. Fighting with the Saint. The dust settles and Arturia can finally see again. The explosion earlier created a giant pit, one that connects the rift in the plaza above, exposing the bowels of the basilica to all. A ring-shaped machine lies in the bottom of the pit quietly. Sunlight shines upon it, but it has lost its radiance. There it stands, as dull as a rock. Unease. This is the second time Arturia has felt this feeling so clearly, the first being the time she faced the Witch King in his pavilion. Deep within her body, somewhere she cannot see, things that were always linked together quietly break apart. There's no mistaking the feeling. She breathes in deep. The moment she closes her eyes, countless similar melodies rush into her mind like the tide. Wait, how? Is she empathizing? Hold up. Are all the fallen angels empathizing?
Why does your crying sound so annoying? You're annoyed, I can't feel it. I'm sorry, but I'm scared.
Wait, no, they fell. These children never broke the law. They fell. All the Sankta are fallen now. The era of fallen angels has begun. The law is dead.
It's like that one time Senora Serphilia locked me in a dark room. I can hear your voices clearly, but I can't hear what you're saying.
Everyone fell.
My connection with our enlightened companions has been severed. Not just them. You're right here, Reverend Patrician, but I can't even...
No more empathy for all of you. You guys abuse that empathy. Every single Sankta on Terra has now fallen. Sense me. I know.
What?
Be a good girl and don't let go of my hand.
Your hand? That's not what your hand feels like. It's like mist. Far away, you're so far away from me.
So this is what it's like to fall into hell. The changes do not end with our own body. Some old jokes have come true. Every light that we know will one day be extinguished, and it is no exception. The old Pope playfully points to the halo hovering above his head.
Even if everything is about the Sankta existence is interpreted as its boon.
Unease grows and panic spreads. Arturia tries to make sense of it all. This is not the same as what happened in Svillingström. This is no malevolent force sowing discord among the emotions of the people this time around. It is like a movement, one played countless times by an orchestra of masses, had part of its melody forcibly plucked away, as if it never existed. Like walking along a road with the sun, the rain, your friends, and your home ahead of you, but you are torn away from it for no reason, leaving you feeling alone and helpless. I think they're being a bit dramatic about not having empathy anymore. Brother, that's how the rest of us on Terra live. Brother, that's just normal life. That's just a Friday for me, dog. Alongside millions of your people.
The Sankta will lose the cozy cabin of their faith. Everything will come to pass. Did you fail, Fede?
No, I think they succeeded.
If you're scared, you can hold on to my tail. You noticed Giselle's tears, didn't you, Ramya? Have you forgotten what tears mean?
Oh my god, they need to learn basic social etiquette now. Sanctas have only ever relied on their empathy to understand other people. Oh, look at me! I need to learn basic human social cues now.
Let's finish our song, okay?
You need to know what tears mean, man. You can't just Bluetooth sadness.
You see, Laterano's hymns and Bolivian hymns are quite different, so we need time to teach each other the parts that we don't know. We will be here, together, east of the east of La Unidad. Laterano, holy city of white. There the earth hides no bombs. There the children share wheat most bright. All shall bask in his love.
Faith will survive, but the god of Laterano is dead. Arturia hears singing. It wavers, revealing the anxiety, terror, and worries of the singers, alongside pure honest longing. A longing for tranquility, to see night fall in peace and quiet.
Your Holiness, I have no doubt that Laterano, as it may be, walking to its demise. But I also believe it has never been this sincere. I've said before that I can't hold off the apocalypse or override death, and I refuse to lead. But maybe my arts can help them stave off this oncoming collapse. They will let my brethren free of empathy to communicate without reservation, purely, honestly. Go listen to those songs. Go share your emotions. Go tell one another that, at this very moment, in the face of this indescribable loss, we still feel joy and sorrow together.
Peak, cinema, kino. If you've lost your Bluetooth empathy, what's the easiest way to convey your emotions? Music, song, singing.
This has nothing to do with the saints and sinners, redemption and responsibility, or whichever path I walk. This is simply my reason to exist.
Laterano, holy city in purest white, falls in tonight. But today there may not be an electrical operator named Alcide there to turn on the city lights. Arturia takes off her gloves. She decides to play towards the setting sun, to hear her heart's content. Peak, cinema, kino! That was the climax. Time for the epilogue. MT-ST-4. When the newborn Sankta meet the law once more, it will take many years for the two to mend the voids in one another. Wait, what? What does that mean? Reunion? Meet the law once more? Did they not destroy the law? What did Anduin and Executor do down there? Let me guess. Did Executor fully integrate the law into his little QB friend? The one that we have failed to acknowledge throughout this event? There you are, Federico. Your Holiness.
Did you see the new products on the tea table? Evangelista the 11th ice cream cake tower, 11 scoops of ice cream, 11 flavors of cactus, the 11th cake named after a pope. I'm a trained executor. I cannot say the same for my ability to evaluate desserts. Just a token of gratitude for not forgetting an old man on the brink of death as you withdrew. Of course, I plan to promote it throughout the city in the hopes of that the people may rediscover the taste of life sooner rather than later.
Everyone's fallen! Executor, your wings look much better. Pitch black, even your halo.
Considering the flavor, I suspect it may cause even more controversy. It is true, however, that the citizens of Laterano are in need of a dire need of a return to orderly life. Suicides and crime rates have soared in the past 3 months. Small-scale disturbances to large-scale exodus. There may be more than 1,000 cases in the total hall records. The rebuilding of the city has only just begun. The calamity has revealed too much and changed too much. The law was a cold machine. Our saint was a loathsome abomination. All of us shared the same roots as the devils.
Oh, are we gonna change up the status quo of how we treat the Sarkaz now? Can we actually have a true Summit of Nations?
Any one of these truths is enough to destroy an individual's faith. This rebuilding will be a tremendous undertaking. Reconstruction of the damaged place on which the 3rd and 4th tribunals are located has just begun. Efforts are underway to revitalize the economy. Laterano has not been so busy in such a long time. I hope the busy times will provide a way for the people to repair the cracks in their hearts. Speaking of which, what is your outlook on all of this, Federico? Sankta, Laterano, faith, empathy, communication, and our society. The many important decisions that the Holy City has made over its millennia-long history. Even your canonization. It was all the result of him, a machine. The spiritual light has always been cold. Your innate lack of empathy has bestowed upon you an outlook of extreme logic. Perhaps he chose you because you were the one who could understand the logic of assimilation the best.
Yep, that's why all the saints, including Anduin, who was an honorary saint, was considered an honorary saint, were all technically wildcards and black sheep of Sanctan society. Executor, Arturia, Anduin, they were the only ones capable within the calculations of the law to come face to face with the law.
I caught fragments of your conversation with him. Even after decades of talking to him, I must admit, you were more suited to the task. If I wasn't intimately familiar with the way you talk, I wouldn't have been able to tell you who said that. If the law is a machine, a system, then the most effective method of communication is to think on his terms, with his language and his logic. But you arrived at an opposite conclusion from him. I remember every word of the tenants, every name of which I have ever come into contact with on my assignments.
Even Vermeil?
As far as Laterano is concerned, there is no great difference in the order required by machines and life. The existence of life is a miracle. It's two sides of opposing aspects of strength and fragility. Out of necessity for survival and livelihood, we have continuously built and improved order, and the law was simply a part of it. The law exists to protect.
Federico pauses. The executor, known for his mechanical coldness, chooses his words wisely, carefully, a rare sight to behold.
The precious fragility of human life.
I feel like we got to see a whole different dimension of Executor this event. I love it.
Precious fragility. Such an interesting combination. Therefore, we rejected him. It was our joint decision, Your Holiness. Time will tell whether it was the right one. Go on. My. Now that's certainly something.
Oh! People are now freely People are free to visit the shrine of the law? Hold up. That's the little ice cream girl. We're just spray painting the law? Sure, why not? This will be a new monument within Laterano to symbolize a new beginning.
What is that in your hand, Lemuel?
A spray can. This place is deep underground and cold. This big rock is bare and gray. No wonder everyone who comes here leaves with their head hung low. Like they got a heavy cold. Their halos look normal? You're right, their halos and wings look normal. They're still white. Why are they not fallen? I'm pretty sure what's Exia fell when she shot at the saint. Is that Lemon standing? That's Lemon over there. Even her halo and wings are bright. What's going on? I've had enough. I'm gonna give it a fresh coat of paint, so people who see it will be happy. Wanna join me? Don't look at me like that. I finished third in the Lungman graffiti competition 2 years ago.
You didn't forget what it is, did you?
Just think of it as my way of making a wish. Anything you could figure out, anything you haven't gotten done, spray it on the rock, and maybe it'll come true.
A wish?
Didn't the Sankta in Laterano come about because the saint made a wish?
But it's scrap now.
A rock is a rock. How do you scrap a rock? Besides, you're still here. Me, that girl selling ice cream, that gunsmith over there, and all the Sanktas around are witness to your wish. Who's to say it's necessarily this rock that grants it? Think about all the things that have happened these past 3 months. Any of them would have made the headlines for an entire week in the old days. The entire holy city has been turned upside down. In the end, though, so many people chose to stay in these ruins. Our halos still shine. Life goes on, right? Huh? Halos still shine? Just make a new wish. It's not that hard. I'll show you how. Apple Pie Logistics is opening up next week. The first civilian logistics company to be officially recognized by the Curia. My wish is that it'll grow and grow and have lots of business. And I'll have lots of time to stay with Mama and Tata and my sister. Wait. I was under the impression that Mama and Papa Apple Pie were already dead. They're alive? We got a family reunion?
Can I make a wish for sugar-free ice cream?
And now she opens up her own company, Emperor's Gonna Freak.
Sure. My wish is that Lateran genetics will change, and everybody will support my culinary research, so that their teeth and halos will never get cavities.
Right. Sure. Whatever lets us eat more ice cream and desserts. With resilient perseverance, the dawn of a new day shines in the darkest reaches of Laterano, illuminating the green graffiti, the stone that has long grown dim. The Sanctas look up. Light dances in the drifting dust. Hello? Elephant in the room. The halos are bright and white. I also just realized your halo is still bright and white. But there's no more empathy, right? At least it's confirmed that there's no more empathy. People can still have their stylish designed halos and wings, I guess. I guess the real indicator that all the Sanctans have fallen is just the loss of empathy. They don't need to have dark halos and wings. What if they want to have pink halos and wings? And as far as we know, in Endfield, there are Sanctans. Without wings, though. Some Sanctans in Endfield don't have wings.
The 7th Tribunal proposed a blockade and communications blackout over the area, but the proposal is not feasible. Hard to block it off when the plates have been so badly damaged.
Did you know that most Laterans deem Edita a heretic for her ice cream? Don't you turn down my Pocari sweat-flavored ice cream. She's a genius. You just don't understand the vision of Pocari sweat-flavored ice cream.
The basilica practically hangs over the side of a cliff. How do you stop curious passerbys from looking down? Besides, the first saint has already revealed the truth to Laterano. All that our people are doing now is to learn to face it. Notarial Hall records indicate that the last patient in intensive care at Pagus Faber Central Hospital's Halo Surgery Division has been discharged to an observation ward.
Halo surgery? What does that mean?
Which means that all the non-Sanctas who were given halos in the calamity are no longer troubled by an annoying light over their heads. It only took 3 months.
Oh, that's convenient. Okay, fine. We gotta wrap up a few loose threads of other races having halos. Okay.
The Sankta halos that were broken are also gradually recovering.
Okay. But no more empathy.
Empathy continue.
What? Wait.
Empathy continues to exist. It feels different now, but it is still a connection that belongs to the Sankta alone.
What? Wait.
God is dead, is he not?
Okay, fine. You get to keep the peer-to-peer system, but it's no longer connected to the hub. Okay, fine. The Sanctans get to keep their empathy. Right.
You ordered Anduin and I to destroy him, and he revealed his weakness to us. We destroyed him with our own hands. I've confirmed that his functions have ceased completely. But the program that governs the halos persists.
It's LAN rather than internet. Yeah, pretty much. Well, that explains how new Sanctans still come to be born and why we still have Sanctans by Endfield. Fine. Sure. Wait, but if the law doesn't exist anymore, can they break the law? Can Sanctans shoot each other now without falling? I have so many questions.
Is the law still in effect?
Okay, I was about to ask. I was already asking that.
Let's look at this from another angle, Federico. You identify the inherent paradox of the law. The paradox is a combination of two things that cannot coexist. If his last command to you was to eliminate the paradox, then perhaps we have not destroyed the law itself but only this erroneous conflict. The paradox itself. The logic stands but difficult to process. The machine itself, after all, has ceased to operate.
Okay, the law technically still exists, but God is dead. The commandments are still here, guys. We can't just shoot each other unless we want to lose our empathy. My bad. I thought we were gonna have a fun shootout. I thought this was gonna be a fun LAN party.
The logic still stands, but difficult to process. The machine itself, after all, has ceased to operate. You're certainly correct. It was a thought that came to me suddenly as I was chewing on cactus yesterday. But I believe that he left something behind for us. Perhaps the law of Laterano was never truly complete. He left behind for us a tabula rasa. A blank slate, waiting for us to communicate with him. That is why I've decided to repurpose the underground structure of the Basilica as a public space, which all citizens are welcome to view as they please.
Oh, public spaces? That's woke, dog. Public spaces are woke.
Where Laterano goes from here, and what new meaning the law will create, is a matter in which every Sancta will have their say.
Alright. So Sanctans, disconnected from the law, now determine the law. We have self-actualized and self-determined as human beings of Terra. Okay, I will accept that.
It is as you said, Federico. Time will tell.
So, I really, reflecting on it a little bit, I do enjoy that we've introspected so hard on the role of faith and religion in people's lives. And that just like Heavensward, you could tell Lowlight is a fucking fan of Final Fantasy XIV because this is exactly how Heavensward concluded with the topic and subject of faith. When a religion and a god is challenged and it crumbles, there's still a role that faith plays in people's everyday lives. Even if there is no god. Even if there's a god that you're unsure about. Even if you're unsure about the divine nature of reality. There's still a role that faith plays in helping guide people's lives. And I'm so glad that Lowlight took inspiration from Heavensward and ended it exactly like that, where we didn't destroy the Sanktan religion and faith. We killed the god, but the faith is stronger than ever. Or at least it has to be repaired, and it has to be restructured in a way that helps people in realistic, practical ways, rather than just praying to the law and hope things get better. Because as Exia said, praying to the law doesn't do shit. So we've kept the Lateran religion. We need to repair it. We need to restructure it. Because the role of faith in people's lives is ultimately a positive one. It can ultimately be used in a positive way to guide people's lives. We just had a fucked up god, is all that we had to kill. We just had a god with a few glitches that tried to assimilate the entirety of Terra. We don't talk about that.
Strange. Where did it go?
The extra grenade launcher maintenance kit is in the bottom drawer. I put this collector's edition disc in the sofa compartment. You have a lot to answer to, Grandpappy. I thought I was gonna be your fan at the start of this, but this entire time you were an antagonist. You were in the way this entire time. You even got Paganini killed.
Take a break from packing and pour me a cup of cactus juice. I just got back from the hospital. My throat is parched. Take a guess. What do you think happened? A Sankta priest just officiated 5 straight funerals. He suddenly came down with a case of aphasia, while his wife suffered heart pain at the same time. But he was located in an ecclesia requiem on the outskirts, while his wife was in a gunsmithy downtown. Many similar cases have been reported. Several hospitals and churches submitted a joint report to the Curia last week, detailing the abnormal diagnoses of over 1,000 Sanktas. The lights above our heads have come on again, but the strength and range of empathy seem to differ from person to person. Sanktas unfamiliar with one another only faintly sense each other's emotions, even in close proximity. Friends and family, however.
Okay, there are restrictions. Okay, we've established restrictions with the land connection. Right. If you're close to other Sanktans, you can have strong empathy. If you're strangers, you're basically like normal people on Terra. Alright.
What's your point? Things seem to have gone back to normal in Laterano, but we both know that fundamental changes have started to take place after a calamity of such scale.
The first calamity of such scale. More to come.
You shouldn't leave now, Fia.
I told you about Rhodes Island. Doctor is here in Laterano and he helped us solve a bunch of problems behind the scenes. The doctor says there has been a major incident at Rhodes Island HQ, and the calamity that struck the Holy City is no coincidence. There is something that links them together, and the doctor set out on a new journey because of it.
God has implemented consent. You must accept the Bluetooth linking before you link with 2 devices.
Mustima and I are both Rhodes Island operators. It's our job, and it's both for the good of Laterano too.
I hope Mustima and Fiametta become more relevant as we go through the next saga involving Originium, Priestess, the Law, the Precursors. Mustima still got the lock and key, fair admit. Fiametta can't leave Mustima alone. She's her parole officer.
You know what I did, don't you, Fia?
Well, although technically, considering that the foundations of Laterana have been shook, I don't think Mustima needs a parole officer anymore, but whatever. They're both Rhodes Island operators first.
You don't know what I did, don't you, Fia?
The Pope decided not to prosecute you, and it's not my place to ask anything. Besides, you did help people leave the procession at the very end. You did your duty as a gun knight.
People always let an old man off the hook so easy.
What about Aurelia? Hello? Aurelia? Where's my gilf? She never got to mourn her husband. It wasn't just you. The abomination had the support of pretty much every Sankta, inside and outside the dream. On top of the influence of her empathy, you had all the reasons to make Laterano a better place. Even if it still sounds dumb, I still want to call you a sentimental old fool. But I do understand the stuff about parting. Like I said, there are certain things that I need to experience for myself, even if it does make you worry. I'll be back soon.
All I wanted to say, Fia, is that we didn't get the chance to watch 8-Armed Chainsaw Guy together yet. Paganini was right. We should try to leave as few regrets as we can before anything happens.
You're almost retired, aren't you, old man?
Yeah.
Want to go on a vacation together? To Rhodes Island? You must repent. You must become my lapdog. Finally. Aw, Vanini. Are you gonna open up a gunsmith shop? Considering that it was in the dream where the gunsmithies were told to sign off on their craft, I think in real life they should keep the gunsmithies up and running, right? Vanini stands before the door of the gunsmithy. After hesitating for a long time, she takes down the sign that says temporarily closed and pushes the door open. Yeah! She'll take over Master Pag. Magister.
Oh, enough with the yelling!
Master Pag! Yo! Yes! He's alive! Motherfucker won't go down like some Charlie Kirk. Let's go! Yo! Giga Chad, he survived.
It's just a halo check. What took you so long? Couldn't be worse than my injuries.
Dr. Chandler says my language skills are getting better. He asked me if I would consent to be his research subject for speech pathology and halos. I'm not sure I got it.
I didn't, and I don't care to. You Sanctas are so complicated. You can have your guardian gun back.
Yeah, that was missing from your holster. Now you feel like a complete character sprite. Now become an operator. Is there a problem? You weren't around, so I had to figure out best as I could.
Of course there's a problem.
What?
The grip's too delicate. There's no room for power upgrades. Nothing really wrong with the action design or the assembly work. It's just weak. And someone left this bunch of papers at the door. Have a look.
The curious mark, could it be?
We're not in a dream. Nobody's closing the shop down. It's an order from the Curia. They want us to design heavy firearms for their new gun knights.
But...
Stop. Of course I know why they came to this tiny workshop. You shot him, didn't you, Vanni?
Yeah? Oh, right. She fell. But she... Oh. She fell during the event, the incident, and yet... her halo is back to normal. What about Mustima? I didn't notice. No, Mustima's still fallen, right?
Good girl. Settled an old score for me. Now the past is past, and I don't want to talk about it again. You shot that bastard. You decide whether to take this order.
Me?
Who else? Me? I never expected to be breathing by now. My chest still hurts. And I can't see the parts clearly. I can't hold the barrel firm anymore. You made your first gun and ripped the seal that your lord placed on your mouth. The hard part is over. The path is yours to walk. Just don't ruin my reputation. You can do that, can't you?
All's well that ends well. Which means Lem win.
Yes, Elle has already left. I told you it's a curious decision. The calamity is merely a starting point for both Laterano and the other nations. We need to recover and strengthen our ties with the other nations.
Apparently, if you fell in your dreams, you don't fall IRL.
What about Amos?
Amos, though! Bro, he died in the dream! Yeah. He's the one major casualty of this event. We don't count the law. We don't count the saint.
Elle's the best Sankta for the job, considering her experience in Lungmen and her relationship with Rhodes Island. She left a message. Mama and Tata, let's send Lemuel off on her own next adventure with a bang.
Vanini fell IRL? No. During the incident, it was a mishmash of both dream and reality. I don't know, man. It's hard to tell. But they're keeping the status quo. The only person that stayed fallen is Mustima. Right. Fuck her in general, I guess.
Let's pray it's not her bowels that go off with a bang. She drank all that sissy milk I left her in the fridge before she left. Maybe she was worried I would be angry.
Wait. Exia major lore bomb? She's lactose intolerant? Exia's lactose intolerant?
Anyway, I've got to go to work.
That's not a gilf. That's a middle-aged woman. That's a mother. That's a widow. Oh, Aurelia. Oh, Aurelia, become playable. Replace Patrician. Become playable. Replace Patrician. Replace Patrician.
Miss Terminal, you were looking at Amos's effects again. They said his last moments were with you. Yes, I heard his last words. Restored his mailbox history accordingly. Such a fool, wasn't he? Let's cut straight to the chase. What judgment are you gonna pass on my new crimes this time, Cardinal Lemwin? I take you admit responsibility for the robbery of the caravan in the western outskirts of the Holy City? Don't tell me you couldn't tell they were professional soldiers. From Gododin. We're not passing any judgment. The outcome was undoubtedly favorable for the 7th Tribunal. They just caught me in a bad mood.
Mother.
The Curia will accommodate Sister Nueda and the Bolivarians who came to Laterano with you. Regardless of your motivation, your attack on Patrician worked out to our advantage. The Curia sees no need to pursue the matter of your unauthorized return to the Holy City any further. Oh what? Laterano still wants to put up a front of purity and clemency.
Also, you're still fallen. Fuck you and Mustima in general, apparently. You guys don't get to revert back to Sankta.
Laterano still wants to put up a front of purity and clemency even after waking from the dream. You'll make a show of forgiving a sinner who fell into hell? Are you really that stupid? That monster paraded through the streets of Laterano as she gave her speech. It's no secret that angels and devils came from the same place anymore.
Are we gonna have a new status quo between the fallen?
The city's revolting facade has been stripped away. Without the foundation of its holiness, the Holy City is nothing more than a tiny city-state. Do you think its posturing will continue to win the sympathy of the Lythanian or Ursus? You misunderstand. Laterano will make no show of clemency. Your exile still stands. You're not permitted to return to the Holy City. However, the Curia is interested in offering you an employment contract.
Just like Mustima? You still get to be a government employee. You You just don't get to come back home. Bro, what is with this red tape and bureaucracy?
Employment? To do what you just did?
To patrol the outskirts of Laterano and intercept enemies at the gates. The barbarians at the gates.
As if the Laterans don't do their own dirty work. Of course not. Gun Knight, Cardinal, Pontifical Cohorts, Legatus. Nobody's immune to sin.
Legatus. She's referring to Mastima. Duh. The Penal Legion established.
Times have changed. Your judgment was not wrong. Next time, it may not be a scouting force that shows up to the outskirts of the Holy City. The most radical transgression in one era may be necessary for survival in another. You were decisive, if nothing else. Why do you think I would accept? Can I ask you a question? You left Laterano after a big fight with Amos, something that he always regretted. What was the reason for that fight?
They wanted to go on vacation together.
Honey, why are you bringing this up again? Patrician didn't show up at the wedding, or even give us his blessing, but he's still your mentor. Is he? Besides, it won't change anything.
No, it won't. He won't die just because you cursed his soul. He could even take your job from you. But if you don't even have the guts to do this, then you're a coward, Amos. I'm leaving.
No! My OTP!
Just another pointless argument. You've seen the documents in the terminal. I was thinking maybe the words that Amos left unsaid were, no matter what kind of person you are, whether your union was blessed or not, none of that would alter his faith in you. The faith that you were each other's salvation. No, I wasn't sure if you would accept the curious proposal. We all have issues that even empathy can't fully communicate, past that we can't let go, and uncertain futures. There is much that I have to think about myself. If hatred is what helps you cope, then maybe that's the right path for you. Perhaps this is what Amos wanted to see.
Ah, well. All that means is that she's a free widow, boys! Boys, she's free! And ladies, I think she bounces that way too.
Still hanging in there, Extra?
Extra's alive? I forgot about Extra. She gave birth?
I know your heartbeat and your warmth. I know your fear and your joy. If I'm blessed by the law, he shall have mercy on your life. Praying? Now is hardly the time. Wait, you're sarcasm. Where did you learn to do that? What the?
Huh? Huh? Wait, what was that flash?
Did it go well? Yeah? Then what's with that look on your face? A halo?
Yep. The law is still in effect on reality, which means if you have faith in the Lateran religion, you will be born with a halo. Or at least you'll gain a halo if you have faith in the Lateran religion.
What? The Sarkaz's child, the Sarkaz's newborn, has a halo. She said her husband was Sarkaz too, right? The baby's not mixed like Cecilia. And we're in the bloody dream either. This nomadic abbey is a long way from Laterano. Where's Anduin? He went out as soon as the abbey stopped. He said he was going to forage and pick a flower to celebrate the birth of a new miracle. I have a feeling he had a premonition about what was going to happen.
I'm gonna sneeze. I sneeze.
Do you remember? We found Anduin by the pit after the calamity came to a close. He was almost completely blind. He refused to tell us what happened beneath the basilica.
We were right. Anduin had basically playable character plot armor. It's only a matter of time that you leave NPC jail, my guy. the law isn't racist anymore. Which also explains the Sanktans with no wings in Endfield. Because in Endfield, we have Sanktans that have no wings, but they do have halos. As long as you're born in the Lateran faith, I don't know, like Catholicism or some shit, you'll get a halo. Like, maybe if you're an adult, you can be an adult convert and start learning about the Lateran faith, and maybe you'll develop a halo. As long as you have faith.
A joint court of the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 7th tribunals put him on trial. Nobody knows how exactly the trial concluded, only that he was exiled as a result.
Gee, that's very convenient. Anduin no longer has any anchors to Laterano. I wonder which nomadic city will pick him up. Gee, he seems to be unemployed. I wonder which humanitarian organization will pick him up and give him a job. Possibly deal with the medical issues of his eyesight. Rhine Labs, obviously.
He's never to return to Laterano, but he was allowed to live on this nomadic abbey. Don't think too much about it. It was Anduin's decision to disband the Pathfinders.
Oh, what? You mean he also disbanded his own group? He has no more anchors to anywhere within Lateran society?
As he said, we don't need to seek anything from Laterano anymore. Some brothers and sisters have chosen to stay behind in Laterano, while others have returned to their homes. A dozen have chosen to follow him here. Whatever his true hopes for this abbey are, there is at least one thing that we are certain.
I got the hiccups.
We're trying to help more people. Say, shouldn't he be back by now?
There's still the Flying Sarkaz city confirmed in the future. The Imperiana Casdelia. Soon, the Ark of Tomorrow will rise into the sky. The Sarkaz learned to pray in that shrine. She established a connection with the law on her own. Oh wait, no. This is Anduin.
As for us, we only truly spoke with them for the first time after this disintegration of our own faith. If faith is a response to life, then a new law has been born, here and now. The crisis is not yet averted. Indeed, a projection of the other possibility has made it even more unknown and pressing. Fortunately, a new possibility also lies ahead. Where will you take it, Anduin?
The wind carries the cries of the newborn. The Sankta stops on the hill, a wildflower in his hand. His eyes no longer see, but he continues to look up, standing in the same spot unmoving, as though he could see the tiny speck of light. After a while, Anduin walks towards the nomadic abbey on the other side of the hill. He leaves Laterano and never turns back. No one counts his sins. No one laments the scores of his past. No one sees him off. No one knows of his departure. There is nothing in his heart that needs resolution. He caresses an aged book and keeps walking until he is no more than a tiny point in the vast wilderness. The martyr shall find final rest at the end of a long journey. Until then, he shall not rest. We have work to do. The calamity is still coming for Terra. You can't rest just yet, Anduin. If he's now blind, does that mean he can no longer do his global attack? Voyage. We pray for the future. We walk towards our destined reunion. We are not alone. Meanwhile, back with Priestess. You have determined that the momentous migration has come to a conclusion in reality. That conclusion has been mapped onto the space you are in. The rift that looks as if it has been plowed open by a catastrophe bisects the plaza in front of the basilica. By the rift, there's an even more eye-grabbing pit. Ugly scars in what should have been a city trapped in stasis. The ring-shaped machine sits silently within. Did the PCS system crash? You look at Priestess. She remains calm, as if she does not care about what has happened in the slightest. You feel uneasy. Analysis complete. 10 standard seconds ago, at least 2 massive explosions took place in Basilica Plaza. I'm certain the instigators were Exia Executor and a silver-haired Sankta. The constant flickering of the freeze frames by the explosion pointer proof enough. The programmatic bombs we helped Exia make work? The machine structure shouldn't have been that weak. You're right. Its structure would definitely have been able to withstand any attacks that angels can execute. It was designed to operate in even harsher environments after all. Priestess should be able to reactivate it. We need to stop her from doing that. Sorry, Doctor. I should have come alone to carry out this mission. I never should have let you take on the risk. You're used to standing in front of me by now, monster. Thanks. Huh? Things might not be as bad as you think. I can verify Priestess's condition right now. Her condition? You walk past Monster towards Priestess. Monster immediately tenses up and she pulls on your arm. Doctor! Trust me. After a brief moment of hesitation, she lets go, but decides to stick close to you as you walk ahead. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Priestess. The city scars are rather enormous. You've allowed these redundant parameters to mix with your data. These unremarkable strings ultimately cause the entire program to crash, Doctor. There's no guaranteeing a language will operate in eternal perfection. I know what you want to say. Even Originium, the language we created together, has limitations. It needs more time to adjust and iterate. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder what is truly stopping Originium from reaching perfection is not a design flaw, but us. Human emotion and reason are both able to fetter the development of a language. We debated this several times during the creation process, but there was never a clear winner. Luckily, we both accepted that this uncertainty exists within Originium. I don't understand your meaning. Has memory loss affected your ability for divergent thinking? I'm glad to see you so perplexed, though. It is a marked difference from how I used to communicate with Doctor. Perfection implies a strict upper bound. Flaw, on the other hand, means we still have the chance for a breakthrough. This was the Doctor's stance on the matter. When the crisis we must resolve is still inexplicable, chasing perfection will only lead us to our graves. No, this has nothing to do with current circumstances. This is different from the first encounter on the deck. Yeah. What are you? You're trapped in Rhodes Island. When did you figure it out? Just now. You could have stopped the programmatic bombs from detonating. You could have used Originium to close the rift. You could have left the Saints trapped in the maze. But you have no power. It would have been easy for you to do that. It's like when you awakened and ruined Rhodes Island. You didn't eliminate Monster and me from the get-go. You've got problems of your own. Right. You're still doing the Originium experiment and seeing if any of these new variables are hindering it or can help grow it. That much is obvious, Doctor. But only now have you mustered up the courage to stand by me. I had hoped that the one standing by my side could have peacefully shared in the solitude that took root deep in our thoughts during our long hibernations. It's a shame you can't do that. We are not as we once were in the past. Far too much has happened since, has it not? You're more like a riddle. Still curious about me? This monster no longer has any limitations on her. She can clear up some of your confusion. You fear Doctor will learn the truth, MA-10? To be honest, I would much rather Doctor come with me in person, like earlier. My days in the sarcophagus were excruciating. It was as if my thoughts were floating through a fetid morass, wherein I lost all sense of flow of time. My only consolation was the never-ending loop of debates searing in our minds, though not
not to reassure me of our shared vision. I have never once doubted my path. Through debate, I got my only chance to communicate with a certain someone again. I'm not demanding you understand everything on my mind right away. Before the final day comes, you can continue to walk the path you believe in. Our disagreements are destined to continue, even if you no longer remember once reasons for disagreeing with me. I look forward to seeing how your beloved Terra can prove to me that your struggle still has some value, the way the people of Laterano just did. But there is something else I'm equally certain of. Oracle will return. So, Doctor, I will wait for you.
As she looks out at the city devoid of life, she sighs.
At times I think they are far too like us. If you had enough time, perhaps.
She begins to fade away.
Ah, yes. I can indeed restore AMA-10. If you are determined to see it done, make a wish to Originium, Doctor. I will hear your voice.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What if, when eventually Kelsey comes back, she doesn't come back as Kelsey? What if Kelsey Alter is just gonna be the setup for M3 to enter into the story? Hold up. I've been wondering about the missing puzzle pieces between Kelsey, Monster, and M3 from Endfield. Oh, I just realized it. When Hypergriff brings back Kelsey Alter for an anniversary, it won't be Kelsey. It'll be M3. Oh, wait. But that also... I don't know if that makes sense either, considering we've seen the final events. We've seen Kelsey's final farewell with Dr. Rhodes Island and Namiya from her Bloodline of Combat skin. So that completely counters the M3 theory. So I think original Kelsey will come back, not as M3. And M3 will be an iteration down the line. Down the line. But Kelsey will definitely come back, considering her Bloodline of Combat skin exists. Okay. I just countered my own theory. Priestess vanishes without a trace. Your target is gone. There's only silence. Absolute silence. You and Monster are the only ones left trapped inside the colorless ghost town. How do we get out of here? She's gone. I guess that's it then. Perhaps. The Sanktas resolve their crisis by themselves. I've also confirmed Priestess's current condition. Her loss of control over Originium is more serious than we thought. Right. Because Nam was taken by Theresis. And we still have the Originium super weapon in Kazdel. That's really important information, Doctor. While we can't be sure how long she'll need to get it back to normal, at very least, we have a chance to stop her. Alright, she mentioned Kelsey earlier. I don't trust her, Monster. We shouldn't wish upon Originium, even if it's for Kelsey. I don't know, man. Warfarin seems to be doing a lot of wishing in Endfield. Oh, you should tell that to Warfarin. He spoke, but her BOC's extra line in F15 though? No, it's not the exact line. We still haven't seen Kelsey in the prime of her life as her BOC skin. And so far, the BOC skins have been 99% canon and accurate to the story. So we'll see Kelsey again soon. But maybe in her BOC form, as an alter. They did make Thorn's BOC skin turned into his alter. So eventually, when Kelsey Alter arrives, she'll take on the form of her BOC skin as her base design. Because we've seen the final farewell of Kelsey when Rhodes Island leaves Terra. Or at least it leaves Kelsey behind on an assimilated landscape. We shouldn't wish upon Originium even if it's for Kelsey? Yes. Tell that to our friendo.
I know. I don't approve of using her methods to bring Kelsey back either. She inflicted grievous wounds on Rhodes Island and Laterano. Every time she appears and she drops something mind-blowing on us,
Mind-blowing on me.
and then points towards some even more unknowable crisis,
She's being purposely cryptic.
I don't understand her at all.
Same. We've been researching for a long time now. We have our own methods.
We're going to be setting out on a really long road, aren't we?
You finally notice what's odd about Monster. Your enemy has retreated. The crisis has passed, but the young woman, normally so lively and energetic, does not smile like she usually does. She even looks somewhat solemn. Monster hasn't been reconstructed for very long. You still haven't gotten completely used to her new appearance, nor has she had time to adapt to the changes in her body, or the loss that cut her to the bone. But she has been thrown into mission after mission far too quickly, rebuilding Rhodes Island, saving Laterano. Perhaps it has taken up until now for her to finally have the chance to speak her mind. No need to be pessimistic, Monster. Don't give up, Monster! Maybe we win the debate in Endfield, so that's why we can make a wish in the future. Maybe that explains M3. We'll find out.
I'll bring back Kelsey. I'll also protect Amiya, and you too.
Monster looks up at all of you all of a sudden, interrupting your train of thought.
I haven't forgotten what Kelsey told me. If the outcome I fear most does come to pass, if the one I least want to see stands in front of us once more, protect the doctor. Protect Amiya.
This is very similar to the line on the BOC skin, but it's not exact. The line in the BOC skin is set in the context of whatever flying ship that Amiya and Doctor are both leaving on.
I will engrave this directive into your basic behavioral strategy matrix,
which we assume to be the Imperiana Casdelia, at least for now. The upgrade to Rhodes Island, the Imperiana Casdelia.
Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely. I have tasted it. You can walk alone, Monster.
Listen to me, Monster. You look at her, and slowly you begin to speak. You haven't been reconstructed for very long. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Kelsey wouldn't want her hopes to turn into chains.
I think you're misunderstanding something, Doctor. I'll always remember how when I awoke you just turned around and walked away after giving me a welcome back.
Oh. Brother! Come on, man!
It's fine, it's fine. I needed time to get used to not being in a symbiotic relationship after 1,000 years, and you need some time to accept the loss of someone who you've fought beside for such a long time, and now we're both standing here, right in front of one another. But we've already known each other for quite a while, haven't we, Doctor? Under the cannon fire of Londinium, deep inside the secret caverns of the Sarkaz, below the tail of the giant ring flying into the sky in Trimounts, in Millennium's Saphon Theatrum. Kelsey was there for all of those, which means I was there too. It's not like I only started to follow her orders to understand you in Rhodes Island when she left us. Becoming a Rhodes Island operator, putting up a fight against our creator, protecting Amiya, protecting you, those are my decisions as well. And what I've been doing all along.
Silence. You look at Monster, silence links the two of you. Then count me in, Monster. We'll bring Kelsey back. We need Kelsey Alter. Kelsey, the savior of worlds. The Watcher. The timeless, the eternal. Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely. But thankfully, we do not walk alone on our journeys we take. Even if all life is sapped of color, even if all things fade away into nothingness, we must, walk onwards together. This is what she hoped for.
Oh,
What's wrong?
what's with the look? The counseling session is over, Commander. No problems here. I'd come up with a way to get us out of this blasted place, and I need your help. According to Priestess, this should be a space created by that machine after it connected to Originium. Some kind of model based on the future?
So there's a relation to Originium's properties here. You can try cracking abnormal codes. What would her class be? Please don't be a guard. Also, don't be a specialist. They give anything specialist just when it's an outlier archetype that they haven't thought of yet. Otherwise, I don't know, supporter? Supporter would be wild. Kelsey Alter would no longer have a symbiotic relationship with Monster, so she would be mostly like healing and stuff. I could see her as like Silence Alter's archetype, the one that gives shelter. Abnormal nodes? Oh, you mean the parts with damage mapped onto them? The restriction on the connection between you and the machine should be gone, right? Yep, I can sense its signal, though it's getting weaker by the second. I'll try reestablishing the connection. But what then? Keep requesting refactoring of the abnormal nodes. Use up the last of its computing power. Shouldn't be too difficult for me when Priestess is meddling with things. Rerouting through city communication, post backdoor access port. Wait a minute, were we behind? Were we behind this all along? Spatial privileges, AMA-10. Temporary access credentials, El Cairo 001. Oracle. Decoding complete. Authentication passed. Connection to PCS system. Syncing computational radiation link. Warning, core frequency too low. Diagnostic complete. Refactoring abnormal nodes. Oh. Color seeps out from the ruins of this colorless ghost town. We're back in reality. Unless... It starts from the street to the right of the Tower of Revelations, then through the Notorial Hall in the Firearms Workshops in Pagus Michaelian, to the Sunset Chapel in Pagus St. Marcel, then all the way to the Chapel Square. Noise returns to the Holy City. It is the sound of Laterans offering a prayer to life. The color is back. Let's go, monster. I need to eat. Not going to say hi to Exia. No need to hold her up before her reunion with family and friends. We need to update the ship on what happened here. Priestess's disappearance will only be temporary. Priestess will make her move soon. Our mission isn't over yet. Transfiguration suspended. Hello? I thought we shut down the law. Set of directives assigned by personnel with relevant privileges have been completed. Beginning system shutdown timer. I've checked your low-level code. Aside from the adjustments I made during maintenance, you've performed a lot of self-upgrades and iterations within a short period of time. Was this still not enough for your self-repair functions to fix your logic vulnerability? Negative. Vulnerability has been patched. Paradox has been corrected. Oh my god, we're setting up for the Agaloy. I had great interest in the results of your self-iteration. It seems you've mistakenly identified yourself as that vulnerability, that paradox. Was it a side effect of the overclocking, or did your lack of maintenance and long-term data transfer with the Sankta pollute your database? If I had more data, I might be able to find the answer. It's a shame the resources I can allocate with will not be enough to give you a complete restart. Complete restart? That's what they meant about reunion? The law isn't completely dead. Priestess just retook it. Otherwise, a command system self-negation due to its target's wishes would reignite any researcher's interest in the PCS system. If only we were still in the era where geniuses use reason and opinion to clash over their views. The ring-shaped machine does not respond. Priestess feels a hint of regret. It seems I will have to choose other methods to advance the project. You still need to restart in a few years. Somehow, that'll also lead to the Agaloy. Many mechanical cubes come together to form an annular computational matrix, the core of the machine. They sit there in stony silence. But all of a sudden, one of the cubes begin to vibrate, a metallic gleam roaming its surface once more. Soon, a faint flickering halo begins to form. From the ruins of the PCS system, a new angel is born. What? It restarted? It can't be. It didn't respond to me at all. Nor does this follow the PCS system's operational logic. Oh no. Did God transcend? Did the machine transcend into an angel? Is that what we've... The angel ignores Priestess, quickly ascending into the gaping hole above it, disappearing without a trace soon after. Isn't this the elephant in the room? The floating box looking thing that always hangs around Executor Altar?
A prototype angel? But this system was only built to mimic the properties of angels. There was never any angel prototype sample provided when it was constructed. A newborn angel? How could this be?
Ah, hold up. We're back to this scene. We're back to the spray can scene, and Priestess is watching over it. Hey yo, we're not... Alright, fade to black, not gonna address it. Just leave it hanging. The law ascended and it flew somewhere. It flew to Talos 2 to start developing the Agiloy. That's the only reasonable explanation here.
I've given the report on the latest data from the barrier hold to Director Saria, but there was something I noticed that got me real curious.
Oh, here we go. We're setting up Lone Trail 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Look, doesn't that look like some kind of strange flying object to you?
The law? The recently transcended law?
Components Control Section is analyzing it right now. We should be hearing from them soon. A flying object that can maintain altitude close to the barrier hole would be a major discovery.
The angel hovers in front of the hole in the barrier. It attempts to re-establish the connection with the individual scattered amongst the stars, but to no avail. All it manages to capture are the ripples left behind by the energy entities as they die in the depths of space. And so, it continues to orbit across the land, like a shooting star destined to never fall. The law is just hovering near the hole we brought. Ah!
Why is the presence on Terra?
What's this motherfucker doing on Terra? It's supposed to be out in the past. On the ship on Rhodes Island.
Scent of life. This land is still young. Is it new life flourishing in the wake of ruination, or has death not yet come to this place yet? Wasn't I swallowed up in that light? Originium has recorded your information.
Oh, are you also a reconvener? We know the presence existed in the past on the Rhodes Island of the past. How it ended up in the present? Maybe it's a reconvener. It was reconstructed from Originium. Just like Yerda. Yerda? Wasn't that her name? I forgot. Originium?
Before the light comes, the conclusion is still uncertain. Originium will become our hope.
Where is this place?
Terra. We are not alone, my friend.
Wait, Ursus! Cash G! Let's go! We're setting up the Ursus saga! The next in the main theme.
Did you see the latest news, Miss Koshelna? Lots of mines have shut down, and they've put troops on high alert all across the city. My parents were called in for an inspection, and I can't find them.
Oh my god, you haven't been relevant in years. Well, you're relevant now. We're headed to Ursus, where it all began.
Stay in the classroom now. I will help you ask around for you. I'm also interested in knowing what is going on.
She calms the child down and then takes the newspaper from her hand. After a few short days, countless rumors have spread across the city, but the most alarming one is our originium vein has disappeared. If we can't get any energy out of Mother Earth, how are we supposed to make it through the winter? Originium veins are disappearing? Across Terra? Braces?
Originium, I shall unravel this mystery. Only the blood burning within our breasts can see Ursus through the winter chill.
And so the Black Snake. The Black Snake is once again in the oh my god. Right, Hierda's disciples. Forgot about that. Hierda has Originium-laced disciples now.
Once we've tidied things up here, it'll do as everyone's new abode, Hierda. Thank you all for your help. Good thing you got supplies from our friends at the monastery. Otherwise, finding a place to stay wouldn't have gone so smoothly. We were worried you had abandoned us after heading back here. Oh, I'm sorry. The road back was rather rough going, and I heard lots of news I could barely even believe along the way. It's mighty hard to imagine, yeah. The Originium veins, Laterano, the Sanctas of the monastery sure had a lot to say about your return. Wouldn't stop telling us about it. Huh? When that calamity was going on, they wanted to go back to Laterano, but the catastrophe stopped them. Their halos were shattered, and all they could do was stay here and pray for themselves and for the brothers and sisters who had already left. Then you showed up right in front of them, a girl who disappeared without a trace 3 years ago. You brought them hope, Hierda. Oh my, did I? I really didn't want to let everyone down. Maybe now that we have fixed the shelter, we can help more people.
I don't know about all this.
We still need to take some necessary security precautions. With us pulling all the stops on our work, we're bound to attract people to no good. You'll be in danger.
I don't know, man. I think she is the danger. You have a rumbussy on your face.
Honestly speaking, we might be able to find a better way to do this.
Hierda shakes her head.
I need to see her. She must be somewhere on this land.
Hierda looks out into the distance, despite knowing the vast wilderness will show her nothing in return. She sees something streak across the sky. The law? A shooting star? A shooting star?
Anyway, Originium should not be a source of despair. I would like to pray for all the infected who suffer.
Will praying actually do anything?
Maybe not. But when we pray, we will think of each other. Our bonds bind us together. We're not alone.
Oh, I'm very concerned about all this. Hierda and her disciples growing? Huh? The shore? Seaborn. The Iberian coast. A cliff by the sea. A seaborn clings tight to the sharp rocks. The sound of distant naval barrages is carried over by the sea breeze, but the seaborn does not care, focusing its efforts on climbing. Unfolds creases enthusiastically? Is this it? Have the seaborn finally evolved flight? They want, ever since they've seen Kirsten breach the sky barrier, they're like, wait a minute. I want to go there too. The seaborn finally arrives at the peak of the cliff. What greets it is a boundless expanse of dry land and a flash of light amidst the heavens. A shooting star? No, it's the law. The seaborn shifts its body in confusion in response to its momentary distraction. Its appendages brush up against something. A shining black rock falls off the cliff, dropping straight into the ocean. The seaborn tries to see what it was, but it has already been engulfed by the billowing waves. Wait. Originium in the ocean? The ocean is like the one place on Terra that is free from Originium. What do you mean it's headed into the ocean? What is Priestess planning? Well, a lot of stuff happened there. God is dead. but the faith lives on. The Sanktans live on. And we got a whole slew of apocalyptic scenarios waiting for us in the future. Great. Anyway, that'll be that for the finale of our story reading for The Masses Travels. Tomorrow we'll be back for MonsterCon Sundays for our Halloween special. On Wednesday, I don't know whether we should do a full react to all of the new Endfield announcements or we should just do Vector Breakthrough. I did give some short reactions to the new Endfield stuff at the start of the stream, but we could dedicate a whole stream to talking about all the changes and everything that's coming with the Endfield beta test. Hopefully I can get into the beta test. Fingers crossed. Anyway, we'll decide what we want to do on Wednesday. But until then, thank you to everyone who stopped by, chilled out in chat, and watched us read and react through The Masses Travels. Once again, my name is Nez, and thanks for watching. I'ma see you friendos next time. Bye-bye.